sparkling. This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Oh, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Sprite lane strike! Ha! Hey! I'm a spriteling. With me around, you'll never be unhappy. Ow! That hurts.
Thank you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! Pitch blind, let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of spritelings. I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival.
Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness. The world can't be without Spritelings.
Wong, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise, how unruly. My oh my, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess.
Let me help you tidy things up.
It's almost time.
Hang in there. I'll protect everyone. Someone will come to help us.
Who will come to help us? No.
How interesting.
Very interesting.
You. Why do you always cling on to him?
Austrian. It's been a long time.
Caillou!
Do not run! Hello. I'm a spriteling. This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Oh, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Spriteling strike! Ha! Hey! I'm a spriteling. With me around, you'll never be unhappy. Ow! That hurts.
Thank you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! Pitch blind, let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of spritelings. I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival.
Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness. The world can't be without Spritelings.
Dongwon, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise, how unruly. My oh my, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess.
Let me help you tidy things up.
It's almost time. always cling on to him.
Austrian. It's been a long time.
Caillou! Do not
I like that.
Hey! Stop! You! Cheers!
The cursed name, Kaiser.
Hello. I'm a spriteling. This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Oh, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Spriteling strike! Ha! I'm a spriteling. With me around, you'll never be unhappy. Ow! That hurts.
Thank you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! It's fine. Let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of spritelings. I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival.
Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness. The
world can't be without Spritelings!
Dongwon, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise, how unruly. My, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess.
Let me help you tidy things up!
It's almost time!
Hang in there! We'll protect everyone! Someone will come to help us!
Who will come to help us? No!
How interesting!
Very interesting! You. Why do you always cling on to him? Hmm?
Austrian. It's been a long time.
Caillou! Do not I like that. Hey!
You!
Stop!
Hey! Stop! You! Cheers!
The cursed name, Kaiser.
Spriteling! This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Ah, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Spriteling strike! Ha! Hey! I'm a Spriteling. With me around, you'll never be unhappy. Ow! That hurts.
Thank you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! Pitch blind, let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of Spritelings. I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival. Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness. The world can't be without Spritelings.
Slain an enemy.
Dong, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise. How unruly. My, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess.
Let me help you tidy things up.
It's almost time.
Hang in there. We'll protect everyone. Someone will come to help us.
Who will come to help us? No.
How interesting.
Very interesting.
You. Why do you always cling on to him?
Austrian. It's been a long time.
Caillou! Do not run!
Wait,
Cheers!
The cursed name, Kaiser.
You asked for more. It is day number 4. Welcome back into the 2025 KPL Grand Finals knockout stage. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. And with me today, once again, it is Sagi. How are you doing today?
Today, I'm still not very sure because we haven't go into the series, but yesterday, man, crazy series coming in from AG and also TT Gaming. It was all around fights. We saw crazy comebacks coming in from Sunrise on that Fati, and then AG amping up their tempo with multiple MVP performance coming in from the likes of Ron, Zoe, and also like Yino on that marksman performance. But that was yesterday here, kid. Today, we have a featured matchup coming in for KUAISHOU Gaming and also JD Gaming in that upper bracket last quarterfinals matchup.
Also chock full of superstars. Once again, it's a best of 7. If you don't know what we practice here in HOK, we do something called the global ban pick, which means if you use a hero once in the first 6 games of the series, you will not be able to use it again unless we hit that final battle, which is going to unlock ultimate battle. So today we do things a little differently. Sagi, what is the ultimate battle?
Ultimate battle to be easy to understand. Simple. We talk about 7 games. So first to 4 wins the series. But when the series goes to a 3-3 and it goes to game 7, whatever global ban on all these picks that you have done, usually we will be banned. But going to game 7, all of that will be removed. It will become a blind pick here. And what does blind pick mean? It means that your team and the enemy team can just blindly pick whatever they want, and then there is a chance of you having the same heroes on the same team or the enemy team.
That's right. And of course, with that being said, now this is the last series of the upper bracket. So both these teams still have a fighting chance. Whoever loses today will head down to the lower brackets to, I think, duke it out with Wolves Esports, right? Likewise, TTG yesterday, they lost against AG, which means they'll be meeting LGD in the lower brackets as well.
That's correct. So winners goes to the semifinals of the upper bracket and losers goes down to face against Wolves for that tournament survival, right? So definitely after today, we are definitely going to see some more elimination matches coming in for the further few days on out. But talking about today's series here, Kin, KUAISHOU Gaming and also JD Gaming, 2 of these teams, they are not from the Masters group. They crawl in heavily and made it out of the depths of the Elite group. So JD Gaming, they were the first in the Elite group, and KSG, they were the second. So they are very neck and neck tied in this matchup.
Yeah, both teams actually looking for a great start, right? And I think if you give them a great start, they will be able to charge on, hopefully win the series with a big gap in between. I think that's the dream for both of the teams today. Now, ultimate battle, of course, we all want to see that, but it's going to take a little bit of work for us to get there because I think both teams will definitely have prepared quite a lot of strategies because there was something that we were talking about off cam, and that is actually both rosters, they have been part of the same team before and actually won a season of KPL together.
Yep. When we talk about this, it's definitely Hero Jiujing, where we had Rong, where we had the likes of Ziyang and also No Fear coming into one team and winning that KPL Spring during 2021. And then we have the continuance of it, whereby Rong was part of the E-Star Pro roster with Ziyang and also Huahai, which really won them that crazy 2021 to 2022 run where they were getting almost all the tournament titles, such as what AG is doing right now.
Exactly. So with that being said, I feel like, having been ex-teammates, I'm pretty sure you know about some of the patterns that they have. And I think that will be something that both teams will be looking to expose today. And hopefully with that kind of slim, and I say very slim advantage, that may be the game-changing ties to let them win one or two of these games, maybe even the entire series.
It comes down to those like minor things whereby you understand someone so well, you know their hero pool, but that was during No Fear's era in towards the jungle. Now he swapped towards the roamer for the recent years. Maybe that sort of like, what would you call that? The habit. It might be different because of a different role.
Yes, and we've already seen their performances, even dating back to the first Esports World Cup where we had the KPL Dream Team. No Fear was part of that as well, and he had a phenomenal performance with heroes like the Mozi. I think he never actually missed his Cannon Blast, so I don't think we'll get to see the Mozi today. But let's see what kind of other options they'll explore. We've already seen very massive performances from all the other players in KPL so far, with the Sulia being one of the key components. And we've seen yesterday how potent a Tai Yi General is going to be. I'm curious to see what kind of compositions both teams will be going with in this best of 7.
And I like that you bring it up, right? Because Ziyang is also one of the FMVP only roamers that we had so far with a dedicated skin towards it. I believe it's the 2022 FMVP for the Donghuang skin. And we go into the roamer matchup. That's going to be an interesting one because it's between Ziyang and also No Fear in that. It's definitely going to be very interesting and spicy per se.
Yeah, but Donghuang is such a specialized, very specific pick, right? I'm not sure whether he will be allowed to pick that up for the competition today. We have seen it yesterday. It did work out kind of a way, not in the fashion that we normally expected, but it still worked. So let's see if there's anything that Ziyang can actually try to pick up on this Donghuang. Maybe change the game, deterrence as well. We know how strong the Forsaken contract is, and when paired right in the correct circumstances, it definitely changes how the fight will go.
Yep, well said on that. And yesterday we had different drafts as well, right? In day number 1, day number 2, drafts were more consistent. Drafts were like, okay, we're gonna go this, we're gonna go that. Roamers are consistent in the form of Kong Kong or in the form of Diadea. But moving on to day number 3, when AG and TT started to play, we started seeing more fancy picks like the Chow Chow in the jungle, and also the likes of the Sun Quan being prioritized for both teams. So that's definitely something very interesting that I've seen of the growth of these drafts so far in the entire KPL Grand Finals.
And I feel like both teams definitely will be experimentum, but we'll take a look at the lineup for both teams right here, right now on the stage. You can see the captains here. So Wei, Mr. Fearless, as well as the opponent captain, is going to be trying to lead their team towards that victory. Liu Lang, that is, for the captain on the side of KSG, KUAISHOU Gaming. Now, I have very huge expectations for both teams because, like you said, Sagi, both of them have actually fought tooth and nail to reach this stage of the competition. It is upper brackets. They have a lifeline even if they drop today.
And they all came from the harsh challenge being having to task fight like the Masters group, right? Because when we went into the group stage, it was Masters versus Elite, and KSG and also the likes of JD Gaming, they were the ones to take like 2 series away from the Masters group. So it's like a big thing, right? But in the end, JD Gaming really qualified through the first seed as the first place of the Elite group, and then KSG had to go down to the breakout stage where they took on the likes of Top Esports Armor in the 4-2 fashion to qualify for their start currently. So it is back to the same thing. They're fighting for control. They're fighting for whoever deserves that first spot in that semifinals.
Yes, and it's going to be a great tussle, one that we all love in HOK as well, right? Because you get to see the creative prowess of not just the players, but we start off with the coach because the bans and picks are so important. We've already seen how potent some of the picks will be. Example, yesterday, the Tunshan pick was crazy, right? The way it changed the game for the side of TTG, the way that it was used on the side of AG as well. Very impressive stats, very impressive plays, and you kind of see, right? When your back is against the wall, you really have to get creative with your drafts.
Yeah, getting creative with your drafts, but going into game number 1, I do believe 2 of these teams, they will put more priority on that roamer role. Let's say the Kongkonger, let's say the Zenren, or even the likes of the Dunshan you just mentioned. But definitely, we are going into the stage right now.
王者荣耀 KPL 年度总决赛淘汰赛第4天的比赛现场，大家好，我是天云，欢迎你们，你们好吗？今日的对决将从2支从精英组晋级的队伍之间展开。一边是实现自我突破的北京 JDG， 而另一边是为梦而战的苏州快手。昔日的队友变成今日的对手，让我们共同期待他们今天的精彩对决。那么接下来，就让我们欢迎今天登场的第1支战队，欢迎北京 JDG。
Let us welcome JD Gaming.
K 接下来，让我们有请今天登场的第2支队伍，欢迎苏州 KSG。
And let's welcome KUAISHOU Gaming from Suzhou to the stage.
What a beautiful start to the day itself. Both teams raring to go. This time it's going to be KSG, KUAISHOU Gaming, going up against JD Gaming, JDG. Who will take it?
I don't know, kid. It always goes down to the same question. Whoever puts on a better form today will definitely have an advantage in towards the start of the series. We keep talking about it. It's not a marathon. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint, right? You definitely pace yourself for the entire series. That's how you plan for a BO7, especially under the global ban pick influence.
Yep, and I mean, the two people that will be responsible to lead the charge for both ends will be the captains, of course. JD Gaming here going to be led by No Fear. And of course, on the other side, KSG is going to be led by Liu Lang. So let's see how these two captains will lead their team to game number 1.
I like the fact that when you talk about these setups in the start of the game, we all go into one thing, whereby drafts start off heavily in the favor and focus on the roamers. Like yesterday, we saw heavy priority on the Dunshan, heavy priority on the Kong that was never let out for both teams to even pick in that series.
And that's interesting because for teams like JDG, as we run through their roster itself, it's going to be very interesting for them, right? Because they are looking for probably the roam as the prior pick once again.
Exactly the case here, and Whisper will be JD Gaming's flash lane as we move into Jinyu, which is their jungler for today as well. So for JD Gaming, it's a mix between veteran player and also the new blood coming into the roster, which makes it a very interesting team, which is very similar to KSG as well.
Yep, and here we have one of the veterans, Mr. Wrong. He's going to be doing a lot of things right. Yes, sometimes it is good to be wrong because then you are exactly right where you need to be.
It's also a refreshing start for the likes of No Fear and Wrong as well, right? They came from Hero Jojing, and then they went on to the likes of Wrong, E-Star Pro, and then now they came over to Beijing JD Gaming, and they are looking for a second start, a second legacy from themselves.
Yep, the other player that's going to be helping them is Yi, and of course, the duo that is the farm lane and the roam as well, roam represented by No Fear here. They are going to be responsible for leading the charge in game number 1. So I'm pretty sure we will have the same kind of stats as yesterday. It's going to be Prio, roam, if they get blue side pick.
Yeah, prior roam for the blue side, like the likes of the Sulie, like the likes of all these Kong picks. But onto this enemy team, we have Lobo on the first side for KSG as their player in the clash lane.
Yep, also known as Radish. He will be aiding his jungler at this point that is going to be called Point as well, right? So Chi Hao, also known as Point, he will definitely be looking to open up the doors into the entry of the jungle on the opponent's side, on the side of JD Gaming. Hopefully get that early game financial advantage.
Oh, he's a young player, only 2 seasons in towards the KPL, and he's made it to the grandest of events for the quarterfinals. Definitely something for them to look out for, and especially in that mid lane matchup, we do have Liu Lang in that mid lane for KSG.
Yeah, so he's also the captain on the side of KSG. I'm curious to see whether he's going to be able to lead the team to victory. Now, in order to do that, they need one player to have all of the farm, and that is going to be Dao here, also known in Chinese as Yao Dao. So the Demon Sword, or the Demon Slayer here, I hope he can be able to get all the farm that he requires on his side, and the player that's going to help him out in that roam as well is going to be Z Yang. This is the one player we must watch out for on the side of KSG.
This farm roam duo is just so deadly. They are so stacked with all those achievements. This is like a battle between the X achievements for the transition into today's series, as Ziyang and also Dao, they have so much experience in winning KPL and so much experience in being that carry factor for their team here. I am so excited to see what we have today for this best of 7 between KSG and also JDG.
Yep, it's really rare, but this is one of the few times I really wanted to take like a one-to-one comparison in terms of the roam, right? Because No Fear and Ziyang, the two of them, they have had massive impacts on both of their teams when they're playing absolutely perfect. And it's not just having a good performance, it's understanding what needs to be done, when it needs to be done, so that the team can thrive in the chaos.
We talk about consistency, right? Because yesterday when we saw the likes of AG, they were like slow towards the early game. They were pacing themselves, but once that 10-minute mark hit, AG just got their gears kicked in, everything was in place, and they just started dominating the match in a 4-2 fashion. So coming today, JDG and KSG, who will pull the first blood in the best of 7 is what I am looking for.
Actually, I'm curious whether any of these teams will pull out what AG did yesterday, which was the surprise Sun Quan game number 1 pick into the farm lane, right? Because I don't think a lot of teams expect that kind of movements. And for now, both of these teams, I think they are free to experiment and give it a try.
On Sun Quan, there's a few prerequisites you actually have to visit into. Enemy needs to have a good matchup for you in terms of the laning phase, so Sun Quan can safely farm. The next thing is that Sun Quan doesn't do well against heavy CC composition, so you see the Sun Quan, you have to put it into a 4th or 5th pick to really maximize its value.
Yeah, if not, it will be instantly countered, right? So let's run through what the usual strats will be, right? We're taking a look at the Cat Boom. There is also the Pei as the prio pick. We also have the Master Lupin and Lupin combination, which we've seen plenty of over the past 3 days. With day number 4, is there any changes?
I don't think there will be much of a change here, aside from potentially putting more focus on towards the Dunshan in the upcoming series. We still haven't seen the Lady Sun Dunshan combination that really puts so much pressure on towards the group stage that we keep seeing, right? But so far, the priority sets still in the form of Haya, Cat Boom, and the roamer picks like the Kong Konger and the likes of the Diadea that we keep talking about.
Yeah, I think the roam pool is much more important in this stage of the game because we have so much new additions. I think maybe the first roam they'll wrestle over might be Dunshan. I mean, I like the Diadea, alright, normally paired with the Ogren, paired with the RD as well. But I feel like the Dunshan pick has been something that the teams are starting to wrestle over, at least for the past 3 days on broadcast.
Oh yeah, now that they talk about it, I do feel so the case for the Dunshan because so far the Dunshan can be played in 2 ways. 1, you play defensively, you bail your teammate out from danger. 2, you play aggressively, sending the backline assassin towards the enemy's squishies like the farm, like the mage. We've seen the combination of the Ma Chao Dunshan coming in from AG. We've seen the likes of the Dunshan and also Fatigue combination. So these still work for the combination and the potential that we can see for this pick.
Yes, and the one thing that really surprised me is we haven't really seen a lot of Sikong. I was expecting a lot more Sikong coming into like day 3, day 4, but this composition has been kind of left behind. A lot of prio has been changed into the Yang Jian Dole combination or even a Dunshan, and surprisingly, Dunshan along with Aaron as well, double the mobility, double the tankiness.
Yeah, you're just carrying Aaron on your back and then just go in with the Aaron ultimate, snipe down some people and then bring her out towards safety here. So that is a interesting pick, right? Because you're seeing like, okay, Aaron, you have a lot of burst, but you don't have solid mobility like a dash or blink. So Dunshan comes in, carries you on his back, and then you can play safely and return to a much more easier tempo on the Aaron.
True. And I like the fact that you mentioned about safety and being tanky, right? Because one of the main surprising heroes, I know it's a common pick in KPL, but I did not expect how well it has performed so far. The Meng Tian has been something that has been of a different class so far over the past 3 days, now going into day number 4.
Yeah, Meng Tian functions in a way whereby he doesn't take too much resource and he goes full tank. He's strong in that early to mid phase, but post that 12th minute, he starts to scale off when items like the Void Staff, items like the Daybreaker start kicking in, and then he will get really decimated, like we saw yesterday, right? Whereby Qing on that Lubu, they were losing damn hard until Sunrise bought them time. That's where Lubu got all these items, and that Meng Tian was just paper in front of a 6-item Lubu.
Yeah, I mean, Lubu is definitely a very wise kit to have against tanks, right? The true damage from the first kill is definitely going to be very valuable at this point. But as we head into the ban and picks here, the first one of this game, let us remind you, everything is open. So this gives you a lot of flexibility, but at the same time, it might limit you. And that's the point of the coach, right? He's meant to cut through all this noise, all the stress, and provide the easiest path, or at least the most straightforward path to victory for the 5 guys.
And what better way of doing it than to really strategically plan out the pick and bans coming into game number 1 and then look to decimate your opponent by making game 1, game 2 a strategic win. But when we talk about strategic win, it comes into a form whereby you don't burn too many picks while simultaneously getting the win for your team. That's how you scale in a best of 7 setting.
Yeah, and you know what? We just saw the banner over there. So a couple of the fans are actually requesting for the Kong Konger on the side of No Fear, right? Do you think that's a possibility here?
That may be a possibility, but I'm peeking towards the phone of the player here, but I can't really see what he really picked on towards his mobile phone. So it will come into a bit where we are almost ready to go into the pick and ban format for this game number 1.
Ah, for sure. Yeah, Ray of Light. So we'll make a guess. Definitely not Wu Zetian, I guess. Not at this stage. Actually, interestingly, right, Wu Zetian has been picked quite frequently in this past few days, which was something that was totally out of my cards. Right, Wu Zetian has rarely been a meta pick in the KPL, at least in the more recent seasons. But the fact that he has come out a couple of times, I think, is a pleasant surprise.
It's a very good counter towards the likes of the Liang, right? When Liang stands in with that power control, you'll lock out one target, but then Wu Zetian comes with the absolute power on the ultimate, dropping down on your head, immediately removing that Liang ultimate here. But let's save the talk and see what we have for game number 1 between JD Gaming on the blue side and KSG on towards the red side.
Whoa, not a pretty good stat here. 38% win rate for JDG on the blue side. KSG a lot higher with over 50%. So JDG, they go and ban straight away the Jingpei. You know what this means, right? This has to be a Lupan number 7 and Master Lupan combination. And KUAISHOU Gaming actually obliged. They don't ban out the Master Lupan.
They don't indeed, and JD Gaming, they do lock away the Haya as well. A bit of a KSG as well, right? Point is actually very good on those jungle assassins like the Jing, like the Fate, for example. So banning away all these strong counters may put a lot of relief towards the side of JD Gaming if they do look to play that Master Lupan combination.
Yep, take a look at the timing of the games as well, right? Their winning games have been around 16 minutes or so for both ends. So I think we should be looking at that timer in for this game number 1. With JD Gaming, they go for the pay first pick.
Pay first pick sets up a tempo in towards that jungle. That does leave the likes of the Kong Konger, the likes of the Master Luban, both up for grabs for either of the roams here. So pretty interesting coming into this series, whereby it is totally different from what we've seen from yesterday between AG and TTG.
Yep, and KUAISHOU Gaming, they cannot pick up the Master Lupan and Lupan number 7 combination because the pay is just going to eat that Lupan up, right? So KUAISHOU Gaming, they go for the slightly different route, hyper aggression here, Yangjian and Dolia, a 100% win rate combination so far for the side of KSG.
It makes sense, right? Because it provides so much healing for the Yangjian. Yangjian can just go for that semi-tank build with the Axe of Torment and the red jungle item, which gives you so much damage, plus the additional healing coming in from the Dolia refresh.
Yeah, now JD Gaming, they have to take this combination or else it will be banned in the second half of the ban phase. KUAISHOU Gaming is going to be left with the last pick before we head into the second phase of bans. Now, this is a 50% win rate if you take a look at the JD Gaming side for the Lupan number 7 and Master Lupan combination. Is it going to be the better 50% today for JD Gaming, or is it going to be KUAISHOU Gaming's win?
That's definitely up to time to tell, but so far, KUAISHOU Gaming definitely has to draft a much more engaged, aggressive lineup to really capture this Luban number 7's position, just like what we saw from TT Gaming yesterday. You need to draft the things like the Jing, for example, like the Charlotte, to really dive deep into the backline and capture this strong late game carry here. So, coming to the second phase of the draft here, what will be the priority coming in from KSG and JDG?
I mean, most importantly here is the Clash lane as well as the mid laners, right? You can see KUAISHOU Gaming is really concerned about the Frigid Prison because that is going to be a long time of control. And essentially with the burst damage from JD Gaming, this means the players like the Long, like the Yangjian, they won't be able to maximize the damage and efficiency will be taken out. So nice bans coming in. KUAISHOU Gaming also has that fear on the backline access. So no Byron, no Ma Chao. JD Gaming, what is the concern for them?
The concern for them falls into the flex coming in on that Yangjian. As we've seen, this Yangjian can still be flexed towards the mid, the Clash or the jungle, so that leaves a bit of a room for KSG to play around this last pick that they save for the red side.
Yep, and you can see, right, they take away the Guan Yu, take away the Charlotte as well. These are very good picks at not just diving into the backlines, but getting multiple heroes at one swing. So that's a great answer for the side of JD Gaming. They will pick up the Lady Chen in hopes to deal the close range proximity on the side of the jungler for KUAISHOU Gaming.
I'm loving JD Gaming's draft here. You have a key idea on the double marksman on the hands of Yi and also Jin Yu on the Master Luban number 7 combination, and also Pei setting up that tempo here. And what better way of facilitating them than to have one more front line on the hands of Meng Tian and also a utility mage on the Lady Zhen to funnel all these resources on this 2 double carry.
Okay, you know what? At this point, Wrong as the Lady Zhen is so important. His Destructive Deluge is going to set the stage on whether they win against KUAISHOU Gaming in those exchanges. Because right now, KSG, this is a very scary lineup. They have damage coming out from Dao, they have damage coming out from Radish as well. And it's a 2-pronged attack from both angles, but you also have Point as the Yangjian that can really relocate himself with the Hellhound. And I think this is a cause of concern. JD Gaming needs to be really careful about the way they start and engage in fights.
if this game goes over 15 minutes, it could very much be in JD Gaming's favor because they scaled exceptionally well towards that late game here. If you're a KSG, your job is to really find the assassination on towards Yi on that Luban number 7. But under the influence and the help coming in from No Fear's Master Luban, that will not be an easy task coming in from KSG.
That's true. And you know what, No Fear? I think one of the prior catches he will actually won. For me, I think actually catching Liu Lang is actually going to be monumental for the start of JD Gaming, right? Because if you catch Liu Lang and KUAISHOU Gaming fail to react accordingly, which is to actually just back off, instead of actually being put in a risky position, No Fear can actually change the whole team fight where KSG gather themselves up, which is a beautiful picture for Whisper to get the young generals in, get the stun, for Rong to get the destructive deluge, and then, you know, Yi is just going to have the time of his life with the Gatling guns.
So there's a lot of heal coming in for the side of JD Gaming, whereby you have the Whisper on the Meng Tian, you have No Fear on towards that Master Luban, and then the Destructive Deluge is such a good counter engage to really disengage your team from any of these like front backline access coming in from KSG. So for KSG, the question is, can the Yangjian or the Sikong really find those engages towards the backline? If they cannot, the front end DPS is not enough for KSG to really outbeat this Luban number 7.
Yeah, that's quite true, because in fact they can't even reach them in terms of reach, right? The long reaching arms of the Gatling gun is already one concern. At the same time, you have a Pei who can switch between melee and range forms. It's going to be a very difficult task to not just catch this Tiger, but to burst him down in the early parts of the game as well. Now, I think we will have to take a look at how this jungling style is going to be for the side of Jingyi here. If Jingyi manages to get that level 1 invade, then this is not a nice start to the game for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming.
As we know, right, the likes of the Yang Jian, even though he's super strong after level 4, but the early game clear coming in for this jungle pick is not as efficient compared to the Pei on the hands of Jinyu here. So JD Gaming and KSG in this game number 1, it will be an important factor for these two junglers to control the tempo for a good opening series match.
Talking about tempo, we are expecting the best out of both of these teams, and you know who is going to be supporting for them. That is the audience. Let's hear the fans cheer for their respective teams right now.
Good match here coming in from the side of Ziyang on that Dolia to really spot out the potential invade coming in from Jinyu here. And a lane swap has been committed from the side of JD Gaming, swapping Yi and No Fear towards that Clash lane to really pick up more of these resources like the Fire Beak, like the Horntail Beast. All these will go into the pockets of Yi on this Luban. But hang on a moment, bot lane gets pulled in.
Yep. That was a little scary. If I'm Whisper, I would have, kind of felt super scared at this point. Here comes the support by the side of the mid lane, Rong as well, trying to go for the catches. But it's not going to work out for now. KSG unable to find the finishing mark. But you can see the value of that lane rotation, right? For now, I think Whisper is doing a good job of not just holding his own against a range counterpart in the form of Dao, but actually almost getting that first blood at the start of the game.
But still, that is Flash for Flash coming in for the hands of the Shi. So Shi without Flash, that's going to be an easy target for the side of the Master Luban or the side of Jinyu on that Pei to really take control of that mid lane here. As we see, a rotation coming in for the side of KSG towards the mid lane here. Wave has been frozen for everybody to look for this juicy pot of gold.
Beautiful work there by the side of KSG. Now, KSG, I think, based on their rotations, I think they have a pretty strong start to the start of the game, right? Now, the winning strategy for them here is, can they get the first blood onto Yi? Can they shut down this Luban, delay the growth of this Luban number 7?
Well, so far, I don't see a way that they can really do it aside from the Luban making a very big mistake, because this wave is currently just frozen dead in front of the JD Gaming tower, so it will take a lot of time for KSG to really break this freeze.
That's true. At the same time, Liu Lang is doing a great job of trying to make sure that his farm lane is safe, right? Dao, I think so far just being outranged and outclassed by the side of Whisper here, which is a great sign for the side of JD Gaming fans. Let's see if JDG looking for the first blood on that brush there against Radish. Unable to find anything at this point. It's really just to push them back. But here comes Destructive Deluge coming in. A nice flash coming in. No Fear sets up the first blood potentially, and they do get it. Yi gets the first blood of the game, and this is a great start.
Nice rotation here coming in from Wrong, setting up No Fear for that flash engage, and this is the flash consequence coming in for that bot lane roam. He failed that play and he got punished in that rotation here. First blood going in for the hands of Yi will escalate this Luban number 7's growth into a crazy start.
Yeah, exactly. First blood gold is super important, but it's also about the EXP that they buy for themselves, right? So JDG getting that first blood, filtering into E, I think that's the best possible situation. Besides maybe Jingyu getting that first blood for himself as well.
And throughout this early game, you can see that the goalie is starting to pile up for the side of JD Gaming. Already a 1,000 goalie ahead of KSG. This is not what you want to be seeing if you are worried about the Luban number 7 combination here, because he's just having a time of his life right now.
Yep, he is. There's a lot of space created across the map, and right now they're trying to go for the counter kill. The flash is wasted as Wrong. He's going to be taken down by Point at this here. And at this point, there's going to be an attempt on the trade. T1 for T1 in the mid as well as the bottom. And JDG get it first. They will make that trade immediately on the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. But is it going to be enough? Because we're at the 4-minute mark. There is a potential for the start on the 4-minute Tyrant. KSG gonna get their hands on this one. No contest from JD Gaming.
That is not what you want to be seeing if you're a JD Gaming fan, because losing out a mid-turn at 4th minute mark, that is insane stuff coming in from KSG. They punish Wrong in that rotation and they make that mid-tower light work for their team.
Yep, and bear in mind, this is a mid-tower T1. This is a very important resource in terms of vision. And with that, KSG have netted themselves a little bit of map advantage, but they also had to trade off the T1 at the bottom. So this is, to me, still a KSG win.
It is a KSG win. Mid tower is always the best tower for you to take. It allows you to enter the jungle, allows you to take that mid priority. Look at this blue buff that's being given away to KSG. This is because the mid tower has faltered for JD Gaming, allowing immediate resources for KSG. But hang on a moment though, as Mungtae gets engaged.
Yep, he is going to be taken down immediately. Whisper, that is. And with a 4v1, KSG have found the better rotations across the map at this 5-minute mark.
That is a painful mistake coming in from Wrong in that 4th minute marker. This has caused so much pressure to fall in the hands of KSG. And right now, the entire jungle coming in from JD Gaming is being dominated by the side of KSG.
Yep, Jingyu looking for a target here, trying to get the kill, unable to find it, gets the infinite vastness as well. Dao will make it out, they can't find the cut. And KSG, this is starting to look great.
Oh yeah, it's looking amazing so far. Every play coming in for the hands of JD Gaming has been systematically countered by the side of KSG. Right now, KSG almost taking down all the outer towers with the one remaining at the top side.
Yeah, Radish is doing well as well. Did he have to expend his frenzy? No, he did not have to. Oh, he did. That's why it was a little bit more difficult for the side of Yi to try and contest here. And at the same time, this is a horrible situation for the side of Jingyu because he has no buff to work with, he has no level lead to talk about, and the gold right now is pretty much even Stevens, maybe even a little bit ahead for the side of Point.
And Liu Lang really found a good catcher, even though Meng Tian has a built-in invulnerability towards CC, but the second it goes off, Liu Lang with the ultimate, with the second Silk Imprint, does hold the tank coming in from JD Gaming into the hands of KSG, making it a light kill for their team.
And why he wasn't that tanky is also because he doesn't really have the magic defense items just yet, and a nice pull by the side of Liu Lang. And I feel like Liu Lang is providing so much value for the team on the side of KSG, right? He's not someone that takes farm. He's also someone that has been really consistent with getting these second skill catches.
Oh yeah, he's just marking well all these front lines coming in from JD Gaming and making sure that those value translates into Point and Dao, and also Radish's pockets here. But look at Engage.
Yeah, they're trying to go in as well. Having an earthfall for the side of Point. He is going to be successful in getting the kills here. And Whisper is out of the fight. They did secure the Crimson buff for themselves. But at the cost of Whisper's life, I don't think it's worth it at all.
And that's the power coming in for the Yangji and Dolia composition here. And Point, he's not going semi-tank. He's going full damage on that Yangji here. Already completing that Pure Sky and also Axe of Torment puts this fighter of an assassin super ahead in this gold curve.
Yep, he is right now close to 6,000 already. You can see Dao looking for an opening onto the side of the Tiger here. Xingyu, this is not a side you want to see for the JD Gaming fans. And KUAISHOU Gaming, they're ready to pounce on more.
They are in so much control right now coming from KSG, but still keep in mind, late game is where this Luban number 7 starts to flourish here. And so far, the Luban number 7 is having a very smooth game. Whisper has been tanking all these engages for his beloved marksman. So as long as the game is in a 1,000 gold deficit coming in from JD Gaming, they are more than happy to take it in their hands.
Okay, also bear in mind, we are kind of like halfway through the game because both teams have a 16-minute timer in terms of their average game wins. So we will be looking at how fast KSG can grow, because now if you really want to take a look at the way that they grow, the 1,000 goal difference is kind of negligible at this point, but the map control, you can take a look at the vision on the bottom left hand side of your screen just now. KSG are absolutely everywhere on the gorge.
And this is because of that early game we were talking about, right? 4 minutes, dropping that mid tower opens up KSG free access into your jungle, into your silent, because you cannot push that mid wave, you cannot move first, and KSG can always move faster compared to JD Gaming.
Yep, number 1 did not have to burn the smite. Number 2, it goes in the hands of Dao as well. This is going to hurt the T2 at the bottom. And KSG have successfully taken the T2 at the bottom side, which means JD Gaming, they need to find a response. They do make the trade on the top side, but KSG still has that gold advantage.
It's slowly starting to scale into a 2,000 steady coming in from KUAISHOU Gaming here. 40 seconds on the clock until we see the Shadow Tyrant being spawned on towards game 1. So, Shadow Tyrant for JD Gaming, the decision to fight or not fight have to come into the form of whether he gets his item, which is the Daybreaker on that third.
Okay, I'll be honest, I don't think that is going to make a difference here. Because if you take a look at the farm on the side of Radish, Radish is 2,000 gold ahead of Whisper. He should be able to melt him down pretty consistently, even with the passive, even with the items as well. So at this point, KSG, they can take a fight, they want to take a fight. It's about finding the correct angle. That's the only thing they have to consider.
Exactly the case here as we see. Shadow Tyrant has been spawned on towards the gorge right now with 2 members towards the mid lane here finding Jinyu. Jinyu might be danger here, but he does pounce away, but that does leave a 4v5 towards the riverside here in favor of KUAISHOU Gaming.
Yeah, they don't really have to care. The flanks are coming in as well. KUAISHOU Gaming are looking good with this one. Can they take the Tyrant? All they have to do is to make sure they get the smite down. Oh, nice. They get the kill. Even before the smite, they get everything on the side of KSG. They also get down Yi. And this is 2 big members on the side of JDG being taken away. JDG, they are hurting. And right now, KSG, they see an opening into the mid lane. T3, can they break it down?
Once again, that was a beautiful silk imprint. The pull coming in from the Shi on the hands of KSG's mid lane. Liu Lang was just so darn crucial.
Oh, the jump! They're coming in as well. It's not going to be easy for the side of JDG. Whisper walks away with a sliver of health. But KUAISHOU Gaming at this point, they have done all of the structural damage that they need. They're going to back off. Now it's just about entering the jungle side on JDG.
So much pressure just from this Shi. He's just pulling every single member here, and Wrong was the target in that Shadow Tyrant immediately. He gets pulled in, and there was no Destructive Deluge, there was no control mage from the side of JD Gaming to even play that team fight.
And you can see the struggle that they're having, right? Especially for Whisper, I feel like he's having such a difficult game. He can't even wave clear consistently. In the meantime, while he's trying, Dao is actually able to get those downpours, those flaming palms, those ride the winds. These ones start to hurt now. This guy is level 14, Dao that is, on this loom.
Unbothered, unscattered, he had all the resources to farm in this game. Number 1, Dao and Radish, the double marksman coming in from KSG, they are making a marker in this game here. But also, Point, Liu Lang has been the 2 members in making these key plays to allow their side lanes to find discomfort.
Yeah, and KSG right now, they're just giving an invitation, right? If you don't do anything, we'll take this anyway. And of course, Point manages to get the Shadow Overlord for his side. Now, based on the stats itself, we are potentially 4 minutes away from KSG winning this game.
And just like you mentioned here, Ken, with the buff of the Shadow Vanguard, with the goal lead of 5,000, this is just gonna be a hard defense that JDG Gaming has to set up for their team because it is not looking good for the blue team.
All right, so let's kind of figure things out for JD Gaming here, right? What is the best potential play they can get? Because I don't see how they're going to be able to engage, right? You're kind of hopefully getting a big ultimate from Raw.
Maybe
nice flash.
Nice pull.
They get the catch as well. Whisper in danger. A lot of damage being laid down by Dao, but they do get a bit of damage back onto him as well. At the same time, look at the split push coming out from Radish. They take the T3 in the mid. And KSG, there's too many angles, too many options they can explore.
Too many options here, but we do see a bit of a retreat here coming in from KUAISHOU Gaming as they have already collected that tower towards the mid lane here, but a chase is started by the side of KSG on towards Jinyu on that pay here. Do they smell him though? Do they see him though? He's not under vision here, so he does make it out alive.
Okay, Radish will have his eyes on him. He can only buy so much time with the Thunders. Might as well. He jumps in. Right now, Radish just needs to finish the job. He doesn't have to get the kill. He just has to slow him down because there is a potential for push as well. But who cares? Let's get the man down. It is going to be Radish. He gets the kill for the team. And now this is a 4v5 for the next 35 seconds.
Unfortunately, coming in from JD Gaming, before Jinyu actually faltered on that pay, he still managed to clear the wave. So that is like one wave slow for the side of KSG to really push that top turret here. But bad news, KSG has direct access to that Shadow Tyrant right now.
Yep, they do. They get started. And look, so quick. Less than 10 seconds, it is down to half. Its health is now at a sliver. Oh, potential steal there with the shot cannon. Not going to find the mark. But the goal difference is what makes the biggest of gaps at this point. It is close to a 6,000, 7,000 goal differential with KSG having the big advantage.
So comfortable coming in for the KSG squad. They have currently the Shadow Tyrant and they will be looking to push even more towers, even more team fights, forcing JD Gaming to relinquish the control because right now, if you fight without the Shadow Tyrant buff, that's going to be so tough here. But Dao getting forced away, he does make it out alive with the help of the Ride the Wind.
Yep, he is going to be open, but that's just a ploy to pull the attention away. Radish gets the secondary T3 on the top side. This is the second time he has done this, and Liu Lang is looking for an opening on that Shi. All he has to do is to make sure he gets the catch, but unfortunately was not able to find the mark. Had to expend the flash as well. But still, KSG, this is a great opening. Radish trying to put some damage down on a Whisper. Any point on this fight for them to really jump in, especially for the jungler point, is going to be very detrimental. They get rid of the final T3 and KSG. This is a nice advantage to have.
And very good discipline so far coming from KSG. They know they don't need to fight them. They just need to split push, put pressure on the map, get all the outer turrets, and then what's next? Collect the buffs. Lastly, there is a Shadow Vanguard about to spawn in just 5 seconds, and then they will look for that game-winning push.
Oh, for sure. Right now, it is the next important but necessary step for the side of KSG. Once they have this, I think this game might truly be over. Dao actually giving vision for the team on the sidelines here, waiting. Potential steal happening. Can they get a steal? Will not happen. Point gets it done, and they immediately wipe Jinyu off of the map here. Now with the infinite fastness, Dao gets the dread in as well. All of the skills flashed out by the side of JD Gaming, but it's not enough. They have to turn tails and run. No fear E. They have to run for their lives. No chase coming in just yet from the side of KSG. They don't need to because the waves are starting to crash in.
Waves are crashing in with a 2-quick kill coming in for the side of KSG with the Shadow Vanguard. They are looking to end this game in the next 1 minute mark because right now, JD Gaming, they are behind almost 10,000 gold against their opponents.
Yep, Hellhound. This one's gonna land on no fear. They jump in onto him as well. They force out the flash. Can he do anything with the Splendor? There's nothing they can do. Game number 1. Go to the side of KSG.
Very clean stuff here coming in from KUAISHOU Gaming here. It started to look okay for JDG in that mid game. For the early game part, it was really the Luban number 7 finding farm, finding the kill on towards Liu Lang's roam, and then everything changed when that 4th minute mark, Rong got caught out in that mid turret, losing the kill, losing the mid turret, and then losing that Tyrant was so painful coming in from JDG.
Yep. What was supposed to be a snowball competition on the side of JD Gaming turned out to be the complete opposite for the side of JD Gaming, right? It was actually KUAISHOU Gaming that went ahead, took the lead, and there was no comeback because they just completely shut the game down for Jingyu here.
Yeah, Jinyu, like a Pei, we keep talking about, okay, Pei has so much mobility, can jump over walls, can farm fast, has 2 set of spells between the human and tiger form, but if you lose the mid tower at 4th minute, your jungle is just gonna be infinitely getting attacked and harassed by the KSG squad, and that's exactly what happened. After the mid turret, the next buff spawn was just KSG bring the entirety of their team to enter the blue buff, enter the red buff, and then the Pei, he's just getting skilled off.
Exactly, and push off the map, by the way. He had to do split pushing on his own. I mean, that's what you want from a Pei when you're on the losing end as well. But the most dangerous thing was that Point was actually able to access the jungle, give the relevant buffs to his teammates without even having to commit the smite. And at this point, even if Jingyu makes it back into this jungle, it becomes a 50-50 with the risk of them losing another fight, which adds on to the burden that they already have.
It started off with a small kill, leading it into a landslide of a goal lead coming in from KSG. But props to them, they played a very clean game. And Liu Lang on that Shi was finding so much of these engages and pulls on towards the members like Wrong, on towards members like Whisper. And all those converted into additional lead and additional farm for the carries on the side of KSG, which really led them to have a very clean game number 1.
I mean, they make it look so easy, right? Like the way that Liu Lang played this shit, it felt like, okay, hey, you only have one job. You wait for the flash, you get your silk imprint, get the pullback, and your team will clean up for you. But that never ever happens in my rank games. My rank games, I flash, I die, and then people report me.
Well, maybe you're not Liu Lang, maybe your name starts with K and he starts with L, maybe that's because why. And the comments were talking like, okay, Liu Lang is like the QQ, WeChat, peak top 10 player, you know, so there's a comparison between here, kid. You can't really compare to that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a learning lesson nonetheless, right? This is exactly how you should be playing the Shi, and I firmly I think Liu Lang is deserving of the MVP for this game number 1, because it was also his catch that led to the first blood. The way that he kind of made life so difficult for the secondary person in JD Gaming who had a terrible time was Whisper. But we'll take a look at the scoreboard here and really break down what happened to the lineup on the side of JD Gaming.
6-0-0 on KSG point. He had a phenomenal game on that Yangjian with the Dolia composition here. They were just so darn strong in those early skirmishes. The refresh coming in from the Dolia just provided this Yangjian so much room to really play those team fights.
Big moments from the winning team of KSG, right? Now, I want to point you in the direction on the side of the Meng Tian here. He actually managed to tank quite a lot, 75,000, but this was not enough for the team because if you take a look at it, he's the only tank. So when he takes a fall, the rest of the team is just left completely open.
And the goal chart states one thing. 4th minute mark, once that turret goes down, it started entirely going in favor of KSG because you have nowhere to farm as a Luban, you have nowhere to farm as a Pei, you have forced to fight those defensive jungle attempts. So that really put a marker into JD Gaming's late game composition.
And one of the smart things they did was they always threatened to have a fight on the bottom side of the map. And this opened up so many doors because the clash lane on the side of KSG, KUAISHOU Gaming, the player Radish, he was always making sure to get those structural damage in. He took the T3 in the mid, he also took the T3 in the top, and then this opened up the doors. It was an immediate win. You know the T3 at the bottom was a guarantee for KSG at that point.
You're just forcing the minions to crawl into the base and then make it 4v5 when someone has to defend that crystal moving minion, right? And then 4v5, free turret, and then you spare in the base, collect the buffs, go for the Shadow Vanguard and plan for that game winning push here. But the MVP deserving of point here, he had a clean game on that Yangjian here. 6-0-0, so much damage, so much healing. He was the king of skirmish.
Yeah, very beautiful work. The way that he entered, right? At this point, JDG, I think you probably know when the Hellhound lands on you, that first skill, but you don't know when Point is actually going to make the call, make the cut, jump in. And the jumping in, the timing of that was always in great synergy with the rest of the team members on the side of KSG, making it such a difficult fight to even think about.
It was really down to this play that we talk about, right? It was really Point finding the engage with the Hellhound, stunning and executing wrong, leading to this first 4-minute tower that led the game into the hands of KSG with a smooth sailing tempo.
Yeah, if you take a look at the level differential, right? He was at level 11, meaning at this point of the game, any person he jumped would have been instantly taken down. And of course, we give props to his support, Ziyang here, actually getting him the Celestial Melody, making sure the refresh on the ultimate was available as well. So the extra heals, the extra sustain, but most importantly, the damage coming in was so painful.
And look at the spike nail coming in. The active was just like, hey, Luba number 7, hit me, hit me. Oh, you're hitting me? The damage will go back onto you, and that is exactly what happened to Yi on that Luba number 7 marksman.
Yep, this one was kind of scary, almost a potential steal, but let's hear what the players were talking about in the game.
老虎没了，老虎没了。
他没闪，
蒙天没大，蒙天没大，到了，蒙天。
中一的，中一，推倒，中一不了，谁漏，
你上着宝，
中一，谁踢，
然后看远龙，必须看远龙，听到，蒙天没被开了，听到，
拉头，
我会护你们，他们往回切了，
抓龙，
废了，摸龙，
回来，兄弟，看溜人吗？
你们去红背，你们去绕，打了，你们去绕，
来，这一拉到，这一杀这里，
真的，我记得，可以打，过来，互相，下路比较下高，哎，我把他包了，这不要包了，上文凯龙的，你能单杀吗？他能跑，老虎能跑，稳定点，你们这边是北前锋吧？我跟西我留，够了，他这样死了，
现在来得及打一波，5打3，兄弟，我们站分散一点，
上路要打了，这波中上要打了，
来，站分散一点，我有金手，我给你卖，看位置，
我没到杨姐，
我把真地球塔了，
你有副甲，你可以往前怼，
可以卖啊，这里下路到了，拉我到了，先上大路，
怼地线了，没到，
That was so chaotic. Like, look, we know we were talking about the comms yesterday. It was quite clean. It was quite straightforward. This is one of the difficulties of playing in a professional team, right? You have to get used to this because different teams play differently. KSG's comms were clear. Let's be clear about that. They were clear. Every member was saying the correct thing that they needed to, but then you have to kind of learn how to filter, okay, what is the one instruction you're supposed to take from and who are you supposed to listen to in the chaos of that fight? While it was seemingly chaotic in that conversation, the underlying message was always the same. It was about, hey, look at the next target that we have, look at the options that are available, and then you as a player, you have to kind of make the discretion yourself, like, okay, who am I going to listen to and what is the majority alignment in the team?
That is why when it comes down to shot calling, there's always a main shot caller and a secondary shot caller, right? Where you listen to a specific call, be it a team fight, be it rotations, usually on the hands of a jungler or a roamer, because those are the two players that really control the map for a team here. But going back to the replay of the recording that we saw just now, I gotta say, that Shi on Liu Lang was finding so many of these moments. He was like, hey, look at me. I found wrong. Just follow up on me. And all those plays were just so crystal clear for the team. Once it was a 4v5, it was just easy and going for those team fights.
Yes, actually one of the big comms that they have was the fact that they recognize that, hey, we have the numbers advantage, right? If we take this fight, it's going to be 3v5. Let's just go ahead and finish the fight, win the fight. We will have the crystal. Do not care about other things. And I think that that kind of alignment for the team is really important, right? You need to recognize, okay, when do we actually want to fight? When are we taking structures instead? And this has been the biggest difference maker, I think, between teams that are still learning the game and, of course, right here, the creme de la creme of KPL.
Yeah, the top league of KPL, there are different ways of shot calling. There is the calm shot calling where one person or two person takes control. And there is the shot calling where everybody is just saying their opinion, saying their status of the game. Do they have flash? Does the enemy have flash? Like one of the examples just now was the Sikong piloted by the side of KSG. He was saying that, okay, I have 6 Sanctuary, I have a Resurrect. So I will force myself into the base while all the damage was piling onto me. You guys go and end the game. That is exactly a well sort out communication coming in from KSG to get that game 1 victory.
Yes, because it's so hard to process, right? There's so many things you need to think about, especially in a high intensity game such as this, especially with the comms like that. right? You have to kind of figure out, okay, where is the one thing we're supposed to be looking at? Am I making the correct play? Am I in the correct position? What kind of battle spells, common spells do I have left? Do I have my ultimate? Do I have extra life? Do I have the Sage of Sanctuary? And things like that. So many things to consider. You have to think about yourself, your teammates, and the opponents as well.
Exactly right, because when you have more information of your teammates and your opponents, that's how you make even better judgment. Let's take a bit of an example back to yesterday where Sunrise from TTG on that fatigue performance, that's how he made that monstrous comeback in game number 3. It is his teammates feeding him information. Oh, Channel on Yino had no flash, Sheng on the Nua had no flash. That's how he found those key winning moments to make that comeback for his team.
Okay, so now that we're done and dusted with game number 1, let's revisit the idea. Was this a expensive draft by the side of KSG? Because I think, okay, if we take a look at the Shikong, it was pretty expensive in a way. Dolia Yangjian, that one's definitely expensive.
Okay.
But the Shi pick, was that really expensive? I think that was the most value that KSG got out of that composition.
I think when we talk about expensive, yes, KSG did put up a few of these picks being the Yangjin and Dolia, but take a look at JD Gaming. That's a Master Luban being picked up. That's a pay being expended. And those are expensive picks coming into a BO5. Not being able to pick up a win in the BO7 setting, that's just going to hurt you in the further stage of this long series.
True, and they also expanded the Meng Tian, right? So Meng Tian not being in the available roster for the rest of the games until maybe you reach Ultimate Battle. I think that's a tough situation to be in for the side of JD Gaming.
Yeah, JD Gaming has to find back that tempo here, reduce those mistakes, make a better early game, because in that first 3 minutes, they were playing so well, setting up Yi on that match, that Luban number 7, success in that farm lane, but it was at 4th minute mark that they really faltered, leading into their demise in that game number 1. But it's still game number 1. They have time, they have the patience to really bring the game back in the further of the series.
Okay, so leading them to victory in game number 1, Liu Lang, the captain himself, with a absolutely monstrous Shi display. Will he be able to bring his team to a secondary game on the other end? No Fear here has to pull up his socks and the team as well and try to motivate them to get them to tie this series up.
Mental game is what we keep talking about in a best of 7 setting, because it's not just about the in-game micro here. When you lose out on that mental aspect, you will be more fearful in these like big plays. You'll be more scared in making all these amazing assassinations that you usually do. That is the mental effect that kicks in when you're playing in such a big stage and in front of such a large audience.
Yeah, you know, everything doubles down when you are in a successful groove in the games itself. You will find it even smoother. But when you're having your backs against the wall, then the pressure kind of doubles up, because now you start to notice that, hey, we are playing in front of live audiences. I don't want to disappoint my fans. I don't want to disappoint my team, you know, and all this starts to pile up, which is one of the difficulties that a professional player, especially one in KPL, will face.
And one more thing that we have to add on, this is still the upper bracket. If you go and lose the series, you do go down to the lower bracket, but that's not what you want. You want to be able to be directly slot into the semifinals, protect yourself from that one loss availability. That's what makes it so much more easier for you to progress even further in the largest event of KPL, which is the Grand Finals 2025.
That's right. And right now, it is an opportunity for both teams, right? Slightly different stakes, because right now, if KSG win one more, they are about one more game away from series point, which then adds on double the pressure for the side of JD Gaming. JD Gaming, it's more of like a recovery. Can we turn the momentum back into our favor?
Reducing mistakes will be what JD Gaming needs to do in that early phase here, but so far KSG has been spot on in their jungle-centric gameplay from the side of their jungle point. So we need to be seeing like, okay, for JD Gaming to come back to game number 2, draft was already super good in game 1, just the execution was slightly lacking compared to their counterpart, which is KSG.
Okay, so let's try and fortune tell a little bit at this point. I'm pretty sure the Master Lupan gets banned out here, right? And then we will be opening up picks like the Cat Boom and maybe the Mai Shiranui as well, or even the Tunchan.
Oh yeah, all these picks that you just mentioned are the standard that we keep seeing in the first pick if you're on the blue side, right? Like the Cap Boom, the Haya, Dunshan, or even the Kong Kong all these are the specialties and the priorities that we talk about if it's on blue side. But right now, KSG, they are on the blue side with JD Gaming defaulting towards the red side, reactive side.
Okay, so KSG, they take out the Dunshan. I like that. And yeah, guaranteed, right? JD, because they used it already, they will take away the Master Lupan. And right now, interestingly, KSG, they take out the Heino. So is this an Agudo pick right off the bat?
A Agudo pick right off the bat here maybe is the case here, but I do think so they will put priority if the Kong Kong is not banned out, because Heino is a decent counter towards the Kong Kong whereby you have so many of these clones and mirror images that lets the Heino stack with those Scepter of Fate, right? So maybe it's a pickup here, but KSG, they do put focus onto Liu Lang, who had a phenomenal game one with that Cap Boom pickup.
Now it makes it look even scarier, right? Imagine the damage he does with a utility type of mage. Now you get one that has long range poke damage. Liu Lang, I think, is going to be very explosive this game.
We will have to see, because this is a long-range explosive mage with lots of poke, lots of mobility, and can really put you into a pickle situation with that early game tempo here. But JD Gaming here, they do pick up that Yangjian Dolia that KSG found success with in that game number 1.
Okay, so now I think, you know what, Kong Konger is also a great idea, right? You're able to kind of stifle the damage that is offered by the side of Jinyu. And I feel like maybe you want to try for a tank jungler this time, out-sustain this Yang Jian combination?
Well, they do go for the likes of the Floorborn tank here and also the Fatih here. So you can see the focus is being put on towards Radish and Point to be that front line, to be that backline access here coming in from KSG.
And I would say great idea, right? Game number 1, the way that both of them played, insanely impressive. So let's see if they will keep this consistency, because the mark of a champion is not just playing well, it's playing well consistently. And now with the Fadi on hand for the side of Radish, what kind of damage can he do? The sustenance that he offers with the ultimate is going to be just on another level.
It is a battle of sustenance I talk about, whereby JD Gaming, they drafted the Byron, they drafted the likes of the Yang Jian, which is 2 picks that really excel well if the fight goes on for a long time. But what did we learn yesterday? If you give the Fatih over to the hands of someone that's really good, you best believe the healing comes in even more stronger.
Okay, KSG, they ban out the Shi. Look, I think I'm going to be greedy here. Why not JD Gaming just go for the Mai, right? Straight up go for an aggressive start to the game, shut down this Cap Boom really early on.
That is a case that we can visit, right? Whereby the Mai Shiranui does complement well when it's a 1v1 matchup into the Cap Boom here, but you still have to figure out, okay, KSG, what's their marksman gonna play? What do we need in that mid lane here? What does Rong feel comfortable playing? Because those are like, what, 4 mid lanes banned away from that pool. You have the Heino, Chang'e, Shi, and Yingzhen all banned away from the hands of Rong.
Okay, I mean, the Yingzhen, also now known as Garuda for all of our global viewers here. Yeah, that would have been a great answer, because then you get the long-range poke, you kind of match the style of the Cap Boom as well. But JD Gaming, they do it in the farm lane. The Geya offers the same kind of long-range poke and the mobility as well. So let's see who is this mid lane that JD will decide on as the final pick of the game. KUAISHOU Gaming, they start off with the channel, great answer against the Geya, and they actually go for the Da Qiao pick here. This is a combination along with the Point Floorborn tank.
I like it, right? Because you can go in, you can reset if you find the correct engage and disengage and come back with a full health bar here. But JD Gaming here, the last pick priority is being focused on to that Haya here. So Haya will play a pivotal part in finding this 1v1 isolation against KSG.
Okay, so very clearly we're looking at a couple of things when we're in those objective fights where you're taking neutral objectives. Wrong on this Haya is definitely going to be looking for Point, right? Get Point away, reduce the stress of that 50-50 smite battle. At the same time, I'm very curious about what if we can get a surprise situation where, okay, I know this will never happen, but Jingyi drops the Hellhound and someone takes the portal. Whoever got hit with the Hellhound takes the portal on the Sea of Fate by Ziyang, TP's back to base, Jingyi jumps, and then he dies.
Has there been a situation where that actually happened, or
I don't know.
Is it proven? I don't know too, but that does seem like a very interesting approach, right? Because even like we talk about Haya on that mid lane on the hands of Wrong, Zillion can really counter it with a good portal, which they see a fate, right? Whereby you put it on towards the leg, the below of whoever gets outed by the Haya, and when they come out, immediately you teleport them back to safety. So you are in a way saving your teammate from being isolated.
That is if they survive the Moonscape Mirage, right? So for those of you that are new, Wrong's hero, the Haya, also known as Haya, has a long-range first and second skill to clear waves fast, but the main value of this hero is the ultimate, the Moonscape Mirage. Once it catches you within range and you do not run away in time within, I think, 1.5 seconds, you will be teleported to a alternate dimension where you're locked in with the Haya one-on-one, and she gets a 50% reduction on her skills.
Exactly right, she can combo her skills on that spell 2 to really CC you, and then her spell 1 does true damage when stacked on towards you, and then she gets that 50% extra cooldown when she's in that 1v1 zone, right? So very interestingly enough, KSG and JD Gaming, they have very distinct drafts here for the side of KSG. Playing late game with the channel is the name of the game here, but for JD Gaming, they are looking to find these aggressive catches with the higher pickup.
So we are going into this game, KUAISHOU Gaming KSG against JD Gaming, JDG. We have not seen this in the past 4 days. Nobody has successfully gotten 2 games in a row. But we will see if today is that day. Does KSG pull ahead, or does JDG catch up? To cheer from the fans as they cheer the teams on.
A first blood already being secured by KSG as they find a cheese on towards Whisper in that clash lane here. Whisper wanted to get level 2, but got punished heavily by Dao and Radish with that cheeky play.
And you know why? Because you don't expect a channel to come out along with the Fatih together. They're meant to be on opposite sides of the map. At the same time, JDG had committed 3 different people onto the farm lane there. Obviously, did not get the kill because it was Ziyang here with the level 2 option for Seer Fate on the Star Child. There's no way they were going to get a return.
Very interesting setup here coming in from KSG. You definitely know for one part of the game, they planned this exact play at the start, before this game even started here. So it's definitely something the coach was like, okay, Whisper will do this. So we cheese him by making Dao and Radish capture him in that 1v2.
Exactly, and the fact that, you know, Point actually aided Liu Lang in the mid lane so they can do a double take in the jungle to speed things up as well. That was really good because it makes the gameplay safe for the team, but also allows you that same level of farm and rotation.
And we can see Radish, being the fact that he won that Clash Lane matchup, he has so much control towards that river here. That is exactly how you play the game, by providing vision, by providing information to your teammate. As we say, intel is the wintel.
Oh, for sure. Right now, a 3-man rotation in the mid, and they're going to look to move up to the top because they now have information. JD Gaming has already committed 3 members on the bottom. And once again, Whisper, is he going to be the victim here? Liu Lang looking for an opening, dropping the kitty bombs as and when as he can. But for now, the real objective is going to be that space sprite. Nice teleportation, instant movement by the side of the cat boom for Liu Lang.
Small pickups here overall coming in for the side of KSG. They do get all these neutral resources, but let's check out the first blood happening here. Let's see this one. This is exactly planned here. So they know Whisper will go for that early push. So Whisper, why did he flash in? He's waiting for the second spell 1 reduction to really get that play here. But hang on a moment though, as Wrong sends the Radish towards the Shadow Realm.
Radish should be able to survive this, right? With the lifesteal as well. Opens up his ultimate, but there is going to be the team. Wait, the backup is insane. It is going to be KSG. They have found an opening. They get a secondary kill, this time onto Wrong. And right now, everything is going wrong for the side of JD Gaming.
JD Gaming suffering another tough early game here from the hands of KSG, as KSG managing every play on the side of JD Gaming, reacting so well in these exchanges.
Yeah, I cannot imagine what's going through the minds of JDG here. They're making all the plays, but they're getting punished for them.
Exactly the case, right? Like, you are making so many proactive plays, but in the end, it was KSG rotating faster on the roamer here, making sure that the Haya was immediately punished when she came out of her ultimate, which is the Moonscape Mirage.
Yep, okay, it's really lucky for them, but KSG only has a 1,000 goal lead against JD Gaming at this point. Nice jump in by the side of Jinyu. He needs a little bit of backup. And this is where it gets kind of dicey, right? Because they want to force out the skills. We are at the 4-minute mark for the Tyrant. Which team is going to be able to wrestle control of the pit at this point?
I think this has to go into control of KSG because Dolia, when you refresh a higher ultimate, I think that's like a 60 to 80 second cooldown default on your ultimate here. So without that key spell here coming in from JD Gaming, that could be a huge marker for them to actually contest for this objective.
We'll see. The Eye of the Whirlpool summoned here. They are going to get the reset. No, it is going to be taken by the side of KSG. They are looking for the opening as well. Going in all the damage in the world. The healing is insane from the side of Jinyu, but it's not going to be enough. Wrong gets just the last member on the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. Will they be able to turn this around? The damage is coming in. Dao managing to find some open space. The flash comes in from the side of Whisper. It's a 1v3. He gets the kill still. And right now, JDG are recovering. All they need to do is to survive. And Jinyu does make it out. The save comes in from the side of Liu Lang. But at this point, 2 kills for the side of JD Gaming. They are fully recovered.
Good team fight here coming in for the side of JD Gaming as Wrong finally found a key target here. Radish already unleashing all his spells onto the man from JDG. That led Wrong to have an isolated perfect 1v1 against the enemy Clash Lane here. And then Whisper flashing in, collecting 2 straight kills, set the tempo right now back into JD Gaming's hand.
Yep, and a nice reward for the side of JD Gaming, actually getting some healthy damage on the T1 on the top. The response here is going to be that reward of taking the T1 here because the next minion wave has been here. They take 2 T1s, in fact, on the side of JD Gaming. A great recovery at this 5-minute and 40-second mark.
Yeah, 1,000 gold lead already being harnessed for the side of JD Gaming. You definitely know for a fact that they played that exchange to a perfection here, even though KSG were the ones to really collect that Tyrant. But in the end, JD Gaming with the superior team fight do collect that big of a goal lead right now. But let's check out the replay here, as initially we see the Floorborn tank being titled up by Point, get the Tyrant here, but take a look at the side of Radish here. He goes in for the full engage on toward the side of Jinyu, doesn't find an execution, gets pulled into the Moonscape Mirage where he got isolated into a 1v1 scenario here, and put your eyes on towards Byron. He was lurking, he found the first kill, and then with the full bar here flashing in, forcing all the spells being committed by the side of KSG.
Interesting. It's also because of the ult by the side of Novia, right? Really just giving them the extra survivability. It might not seem like a lot, but in the team fights, especially when you're staying there for a long duration, you suddenly get a little bit much more health than what you were expected in a team fight. And I think KSG just really faltered because there was too much healing coming from the side of JDG.
Oh yeah, Jinyu and Whisper, the 2 big beefy boys with those healing mechanism here. So it will take KSG quite a while until Dao finishes that Daybreaker and Doomsday to really take these 2 beefy boys down in these team fights.
Yep, and look at the way they have responded. JDG, he's going to have the Crimson buff on hand. He's going to hurt like a truck right now. They have managed to kind of balance out the farm on the side of KSG. But right now, the next big fight is going to turn the tides for them. And right now, JDG, they're looking a little bit scary here. All-round explosion dropped by the side of Liu Lang just to make a deterrence. But here comes a potential catch from Wrong. Not going to overcommit. They just want to push them across the map.
Yeah, this Crimson Golem is currently spawning right now. And this will be a point of contention here as Ultimates has been committed by the side of Point to really zone out Jinyu from this buff.
Yeah, 50-50. This one goes in the hand of Jinyu. They are going to get this fight, and it's not looking good for Point, who has been locked up in the Moonscape Mirage. He might be able to survive for a little bit, but the rest of JDG are waiting on their prey. They will be coming out, and that should be the first life. Point will be taken down. JDG run away with no punishment from the side of KSG.
They take the Crimson, they take the life of your jungle right now. They have total control of this next 15 seconds on towards the map right now. This is definitely a much cleaner game number 2 from JD Gaming. Wrong has been finding back-to-back good ultimates on towards the front line of the side of KSG.
Okay, but you start to see the value of the side of KSG's draft as well. There is a lot of poke damage coming in. Now, if they're able to land their hits consistently, JDG might find themselves in a very discomforting position. But for now, they stay patient, they back off. They get the actually quite insane amount of damage on the T1 in the mid. And now it's going to be a reset. 8.5 minutes, the Tyrant has been spawned again.
For me right now, KSG, if they can manage to scale down into the late game, there is still a very big chance that this channel will outscale that Goya in these sort of situations here. But due to the fact that JD Gaming has been winning out all these team fights, it was looking to be such a difficult team fighting scenario for the side of KSG.
Okay, we'll see this wrestling match again. Oh, jump in by Jingyi. He's in the middle of 4 right now, but the damage is just insane coming in. They get the knockup by the side of Point, who has been locked away by Wrong. And right now, can they finish the job? JDG, this is the time to strike. Or is it for the side of KSG, KUAISHOU Gaming? They found the backlines. They're trying to melt down Jingyi, but it is not him who's the target. Whisper in the middle of 4 on the backlines will get decimated at this point. The saves are not enough. They're trying to rush this Tyrant, but immediately Point comes in for the steal and gets another kill in the form of Jingyi as well. And right now, KSG have recovered.
KSG utilizing the Da Qiao Floorborn tank combination here. Point took so much damage up front from the JD Gaming squad, and then he went for a refresh, came back and punished Jinyu and stole away their Tyrant.
It's just back and forth between these two teams, right? I think the way that KSG have positioned themselves in the last fight was really beautiful. And this was really on the disruptions, the poke damage that was so insane on the side of KUAISHOU Gaming.
Yeah, KUAISHOU Gaming definitely played that team fight to a perfection there. Everyone committed into that 5v5 and then it rewarded them handsomely right now. Moose Game Mirage has captured the side of the Roamer.
That is the situation. The instant TP, the save coming in, and Radish does make it out. They get that kill onto No Fear as well. Here comes the turnaround. Can they get the finishing blow onto Yi? They do. KSG, they're so strong. They have the Tyrant buff as well. And with that, they make an ace and potentially open up the doors to the T3s on the side of JD Gaming.
An absolute disaster coming in for side JD Gaming as they lose 5 members 4-0 in that team fight. It was once again Ziyang's Da Qiao sending Radish back home after the Moose Game Mirage, allowing them to have a strong 5v5 without the interference coming in from Wrong's single ultimate.
And super disciplined here. They got the T3, immediately make a beeline out, take the buffs as well. Right now, it is both buffs going to the hands of the different players on the side of KSG. Azure on the side of Point. Dao gets his hands on the Crimson buff here. And right now, JDG are left with nothing in their jungle.
6,000 being pulled out in the span of 1 minute. You know how big of a win that KSG just got from that Shadow Tyrant team fight. 5-0, Shadow Tyrant and all the jungle resource and towers from the side of KSG. If you are JD Gaming, you are in such a big deficit right now.
Yeah, I mean, look at the poke here. 303 on not just Lulang, but Dao as well. Here comes the additional poke damage, and all Point has to do is to make sure they stay in place for a couple of seconds, 1 or 2 seconds, more than enough time. And right now, KSG, they're not going to slow down. They're going to take the Shadow Overlord as well. And this one is going to hurt because they already have a bleeding wound in the mid lane. Right now, it is all about Point. He gives the vision. They don't know where the rest of the members on the side of KUAISHOU Gaming are at.
The Vanguards will start to march even in all 3 waves right now. Look at the current wave that's crashing towards the top side here. Kitty Bombs landing on towards the back line here to form a bit of a poke here as Point goes in.
Yeah, the save comes in on the side of Ziyang as well. Point is going to get out. Will he come back? That's the big question because there are no more ways to work with. But hey, maybe he doesn't have to. He will come back. They take the T3 at the top. And now JD Gaming once again forced into a defensive position.
This is the FMVP roamer player Ziyang that we talk about here. His timing on that spell too from the Da Qiao is just so immaculate here. Every time comboing with Point, saving anyone who gets isolated by the Haya, he's doing so well on this pick.
Yeah, look, once again, the poke damage, just all of them jumping in. Genie is gonna try, but with that, Wrong also gets a lockdown. This has to be Point who has been caught, right? Yes, it is gonna be him, but the rest of the members, they are not phased at all. This is the Baron base for the side of JD Gaming. They want to go in. A nice flash from the side of Radish, looking for the final blow. Once again, they weave in, they weave out. The shenanigans are just so much coming in from the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, but the big burst from the side of Liu Lang. Whisper looking to change the fight, but he cannot hold against the poke damage. That is KUAISHOU Gaming, and with that, game number 2 in a row for the side of KSG.
The superior team fighting prowess coming in for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming is just so immaculate in these 5v5s. It was looking as a 50-50 after the JD Gaming found those few moments, but in the end, at that Tyrant team fight, it was really down to Ziyang on that Da Qiao, sending his teammates back and then making it an immaculate 5v5 with full health and full CDs.
It really silenced Wrong. I feel like Wrong did get the nice catches, but the team was unable to follow up, right? And obviously this is very clear because number 1, there was a goal difference, and number 2, there was the itemization, and somewhat a level gap. Now, it was the later parts of the game already, but they did find some success in the early parts on the side of JDG. They recovered, but they couldn't keep on.
They couldn't keep on. It was a team fight that they really win after that 4th minute Tyrant, but in the end, the following exchanges coming in for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, they got a 5-0 team fight with no casualties, with that Shadow Tyrant, and then they got all the resources around the base and jungle for the side of JD Gaming into their pockets, and then they form a 6,000 goldie in the span of 2 minutes? That's just absurd.
Yeah, the timing that they took the fights, I think that was the biggest difference maker for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, right? Because KUAISHOU Gaming actually managed to get the Shadow variant of the Tyrant really easily because there was very little contest during that moment itself. And the moment they got the buff, I'm not sure why did JDG stay. They should have just turned tails and run, dude.
I mean, at that point, you can't really be bailing out because you don't really have the sufficient mobility. Take a look at that team composition, right? Whereby Yang Jian, once you go in, it's very difficult to go out. And once you have expended all of your heals on your ultimate, then you're just a walking sandbag for the members of KSG to take down. And then same goes for Whisper as well. You go in, flash Storm Strike, and then what's next? You're stuck in the middle of team fight and you have no mobility to bail yourself out. It's the same situation for the Clash and Jungle coming in for the side of JD Gaming.
I mean, the craziest part was that Whisper actually found quite a few nice knockups at the last portions of the fights, right? His Byron Flash Storm Strike combination caught 3 different members on the side of KSG, but there was no follow-up damage, right? Yi was either not around or Yi was already taken down by Point, who was just making sure he had a target on his back.
And Jinyu, before the start of that final crystal fight, he already got annihilated by the kitty bombs coming in from the side of the cap boom here. So once again, Liu Lang doing an exceptional good job with that cap boom, finding those key pokes before the start of the team fight, and then it led to what? Point and Ziyang combination, that Da Qiao floorborne tank. Every time the floorborne tank were to go in, you best believe he will get a portal back to safety, even if he's in that Shadow Realm with that Haya.
So showing you the true potential of the range poke composition, right? So you have the kitty bombs and the ultimate all-round explosion from Liu Lang in the cap boom. You also have the lupine traps and just the AA's auto attacks coming in from the side of the channel. And then you have the leaping koi tai, severing stirs from the Da Qiao. And these are all attacking moves, right? From the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. In JDG, there's no answer. Who's going to help poke back?
Who's going to help poke back is not on towards their members, because look at Ziyang's build. He went for a Splendor and Frozen Breath here. He's looking for the maximum annoyance on this Da Qiao. You can't be touching him because he's going to be slowing you, and then you go for the engage, pop the Splendor, and then he's out of there.
Yeah, take a look at the way that they tank. 120,000 worth of damage tanked by the side of Point. Second in line on the top side of the screen for the jungler on the side of KSG. And this monstrous growth came after very, very closely to that 10-minute mark, right? Where they won a big team fight, got that instant Shadow Tyrant, and then just went on a tear with the game.
Exactly the case here. It was that 5-4-0 team fight coming in for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming into that landslide of the lead here. But take a look at the stats here comparing to the two junglers here. The damage by the side of Point towards the carries was just insane. 20,000 damage on towards the mage and also the farm lane coming in for JD Gaming.
Okay, and I think this guy, the captain, Mr. Liu Lang, he has to be the MVP for me, right? This game, he provided so much value, created so much space. And yes, Point did his job really well. He came in as the frontal shield, right? Aggressive shield, making sure that there's space for the rest of the members like Ziyang as well as Liu Lang, as well as the channel to come in and just lay down the pain, right? They didn't have to finish the job. They just wanted to push them away. And once again, it is Liu Lang. No, this is Point, sorry. And he is going to be your MVP.
His floorborne tank, he know how much he need to tank, and he played the timings to a perfection here. Once again, back-to-back MVP for KUAISHOU Gaming's jungler here. Definitely well-deserved title.
Okay, this was a stat that was very different. He tanked up quite a lot. It's 47%. No, you're not looking at it wrong. It's 47% of the team's hero damage taken tanked up by Point, the jungler, on the side of Suzhou KSG, also known as KUAISHOU Gaming.
He definitely had a phenomenal game, and this was one of the first few plays that was initiated by Wrong on that higher here, but immediately it got disengaged by the side of KSG, getting a return kill here, and this was one of the biggest plays that we've seen in towards this game, right? Look at Point. He was soaking all the frontal damage when everybody was isolating Whisper on that Byron chair. He went in towards Moonscape Mirage, sure, and look at the formation here. Ziyang was placing down that portal here, and immediately he gets to go back in towards the portal and coming back full on health for a new breath of teamfight.
It was just a very slight positional error, right? Because at that point, it felt like, okay, Jingyi was going to be able to get tanked. But the one reposition from Whisper to go, he suddenly found himself in the middle of 4 different KSG players. And, you know, the decision is so clear. Let's just everyone go onto Whisper, get rid of him, instantly turn this into a 4v5 matchup. And at that point, Jingyi had already expended his ultimate. No Fear had already given the refresh with the Celestial Melody, also ran out of the ultimate resources. So at that point, KSG had very simple decisions to make.
It was really down to the combination of the Floorborn tank and also the Da Qiao, whereby the Da Qiao always found the best timing for those Sea of Fate, sending the teammates back. You can see towards that replay, first, it was the 9-minute team fight whereby Point went in for the tank and then taking back the portal, forcing all the cooldowns already being burned on towards the big beefy front line. And then what happened next? It was that 11th-minute team fight around that Tyrant. It was once again Ziyang on that Da Qiao, sending his Clash Lane Radish back to base and then isolating everybody after they have used all their spells into a landslide of a team fight in favor for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming.
And he timed it really well, right? Which shows you the understanding on the, number one, the higher pick, right? So Wrong, when he uses the Moonscape Mirage, obviously you're stuck in that ultimate dimension for a set period of time. So normally you take a look at, okay, how long is this going to take to dissipate? He timed his Sea of Fate, Ziyang that is, to match that once Radish came out, it took less than half a second, got the TP, he's back as a not just any hero, he's back as a Fatih, full health, full mana, and ready to go for the next part of the team fight.
Exactly right. That's what makes it so painful for the side of JD Gaming, because if you don't eliminate one of the front lines before you finish up the ultimate, they are just going to take the Sea of Faith ladder back to their home, and then once you committed all your cooldowns, you are weaker in terms of a 5v5 team fight. Geya doesn't outdamage a channel in the late game. The channel was just free hitting on the hands of Dao, and all the team fights just fell in so clean for the side of KSG in this game number 2.
Yeah, and I want to just point this out. Maybe you didn't notice this, but towards the later parts of the game, and I'm not saying that Sagi didn't know this, I'm talking to the audience here, right? When Radish reached a certain point of the game where he realized that, hey, actually my farm lane and my roamer can actually tank the fights for themselves, he made the conscious choice to not join them in the team fights, go for the aggression along with Point as his jungler. And the moment when Whisper jumped into the backline, it's a 1v3, sure, he gets a kill onto the support Ziyang, but who cares? The channel is doing his magic against Whisper, he's holding time, and meanwhile, it's still a very unfair fight for the side of JDG on their own backlines.
Exactly right. It all comes down to their own role that we talk about during the pick and bans, and then it goes down to the communication that we keep talking about, whereby what's your role in the game? Are you supposed to match the enemy clashing, or are you supposed to be diving the backline with your jungler here? All these are the options that you have as a player here, but being able to select the perfect option, the perfect selection, is what differs a good player and the best of the best in the KPL.
I don't know whether we will get the voice comms. I would like to hear the voice comms on this game itself, because I feel like it was crazier than game number 1, but I think we will be heading into the next stages of the game, which is game number 3. Now, this is a first. In the 4 days of our English rebroadcast, we have never had a team take a 2-0 lead right off the bat. And right now, KSG, I feel like they're in a very good place, also a very strong place, because potentially, if they win this one, it is series point.
Exactly right. And out of the last few days that we talk about, we had like what, 3 days of knockout. This is the 4th day. The past 3 days, minimally, we had 6 games, and we had 7 games played to the max in the first day already between LGD and also the side of the team known as Beijing Weibo, right? So we had so many games. So are we gonna get a 4-0 today for a new breath of fresh air?
Yeah, I don't know. It's looking like that. But of course, when you're in KPL, you never consider that, hey, this is going to be a walk in the park, because it truly never is. Right now, JDG raring to go as we look at the next game, game number 3 of our knockout stages of the 2025 KPL Grand Finals.
It will take a lot for JD Gaming to find their footing in this game number 3 here. Losing back-to-back game 1 and game 2, that does put a bit of a stump on towards their morale here. So players like Wrong, players like No Fear, who has so much experience in towards the league, they will play a big factor in comforting the moods of their players here.
I think you really need to kind of consider a mental reset, right? Especially when you're down 2-0. I think some teams or players will inevitably get stressed out at this point, because you're so close to losing a series here.
Exactly here. As we start going into the game here, coaches will be the front men in these pick and bans here. They are planning, they are strategizing how to play this game into a best of 7 full, because we keep talking about it. Okay, best of 7's not a sprint. It's a marathon. It's long, it's mentally taxing. You need to have the best of the best conditions for your team and the draft right. So you need to plan, okay, game 1 we use this, game 2 we use this. So how do I make sure that when we go into 5, 6, we still have a proper draft for the players to play on?
Yeah, that's definitely something to consider, right? And at this point, if they don't recover anytime soon, then KSG is just going to run away with this series. And that's not a good sign, right? You don't want to head into the lower brackets to fight against Wolves. That's another monster team.
Well, that's for them to find out, and that is for us to really look forward to. As on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2 set of pick and bans that has already been expanded by the teams on the side of JD Gaming and also KSG. As we move on into the 3rd game of this best of 7 series, Beijing JDG will be on towards the blue side, with KUAISHOU Gaming from Suzhou will be on towards the red side.
Let's see, JD Gaming. This one has to be a very big pick in the start. Maybe considering a Tunshan. If it's not going to be banned out in the first half, I think JD Gaming has to go with the Tunshan here.
Well, they have already expanded picks like the Master Luban, right? So they definitely have to swallow that ban if they do not want to be giving over to the side of Dao. Dao has had a phenomenal game 1, game 2, thanks to how his team has facilitated that environment for him.
Okay, KUAISHOU Gaming, they actually banned out the Fatih. This is really interesting. So, I mean, this might go in line with the Tunshan. They're expecting that JD Gaming will go to Tunshan, because like you mentioned before, right, the Tunshan Fatih combinations are actually quite scary as well.
Tunshan is a potential pickup here. There's also the Kong Konger. There's also No Fear's favorite idea up for grabs here. But for JD Gaming, they play it back to basics here. They put more focus on towards Jinyu in that jungle with that Ogren.
Okay, this is a strong, very steady start, right? Ogren, tank jungler, able to take very long fights, and the longer the fight goes, the happier the jungler is going to be for Jinyu, right? And we'll take a look. KUAISHOU Gaming. Oh no, is this the Tunshan, ladies and gentlemen?
It might be the case,
it is!
and it has been locked in. This is the debut of this team composition, this duo here for the side of KSG. We haven't seen this in the playoffs yet. We always talk about this like, okay, Lady Sun, Dunshan, so good together, and we might just be getting it in KSG's way.
Yep, and this is the main hero for Mr. Dao here. Now, JDG, they're gonna hover around the Kongkonger, which is a great synergy hero with the Allgrim pick as well, right? Able to tank up so much. But JDG, they understand they also need a burst potential. Now, this is the main hero for No Fear here, the Kongkonger. Very nice win rate on this hero, but it's going to be paired along with the Nua. Let's see how this is going to work against Suzhou KUAISHOU Gaming.
I'm interested here, do they just pick up the Haino here? Because it does so well into the multi-clone setup on the hands of the Kongkonger here. So picking up this Haino here makes so much sense here. So KUAISHOU Gaming in the second phase here, they need to plan a few things. How do you make sure that this Lady Sun has the time of her life in this team fight?
I mean, the fact that you have a Haino able to tank, able to really counter the Kongkonger pick as well, I think that's a great start. At the same time, really is just the timing on when they actually get that perch onto the Dunshan pick.
Exactly right. And you can see more of these focuses are being put on towards the Clash lane, on towards the side of Whisperer here. You have what, 4 direct bans on towards him and plus 2 bans coming in from JD Gaming. It's like what, 6 Clash lane bans already.
Very smart ban on the Mengtian, but now they open up the doors for the Chisha. While I like the Chisha pick, it is also a high risk, high reward, right? Because if you don't get the best start to the game, then this Chisha is rendered completely useless in that Clash lane.
And if we look into the playstyle coming in from Point, this Chicha might just be going into his hands, but it also is a flex pick coming in for Sara KSG. It can go towards the jungle, it can go towards the Clash lane, so it's very flexible of a new pick being introduced in KPL.
Right. See what the final pick is on the jungler for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming is going to be. Meanwhile, JD Gaming, they're going to go with the Consort Yu. As a teaser, it's not locked in just yet. But Mayin, I think that's a great answer because there is a lot of grouping up that's going to be happening with the KSG lineup. And with the Get Serious and the whatever combinations 1 and 2, it might be the winning formula against KSG.
It will be an interesting pickup here coming in for the side of JDG because what we are looking at here is a Shicha Clash lane with the Dun going into the jungle here. So the standard combo of the double Dun, Dunshan and Dun, allows the Dun to go in, and then the Dunshan just bails him out with the carry on that spell 1.
I think the poke potential from the side of Liu Lang is going to be the game changer here, right? Scepters of Fate, every time it lands on you, the more it lands, the more it hurts. And if you can land it before the actual fight starts, then JDG is going to have a tough time coming back into this fight. But at the same time, the amount of crowd control, amount of burst potential, and actually they cover all the fronts. Long extended fights, JDG also has an advantage.
The only thing that they really lack is that engage potential that we talk about, right? Because KSG, if they do get outranged by the side of Wrong on that Nua, that could be very dangerous coming in for the KSG squad.
Let's see how this runs, right? The early game aggression is really what sets the pace. As we all know, it's pretty hard for the Dun to keep pace with the Ogren on a 1v1 jungling speed comparison. But we are going to be expecting those rotations coming in. I'm pretty sure Wrong is going to be helping in the jungle as well as No Fear. So let's see how this initial rotations will be like for the side of JDG. I feel like JDG can have this game in the bag, but they need to make the correct decisions here.
It will come down to one thing whereby the Ogren's clear speed into the jungle invasion, utilize the Ogren's early game power, dominate the jungle, get more resources here, allowing Yi on that Consort Yu and also Wrong on that Nua to scale into that late game scenario that we keep talking about.
Yes, it's a decent pick, right? Because in the laning phase, the moment you have the protecting winds on this Consort Yu, you're able to last a little bit longer against the Dunshan Lady Sun combination, who, by the way, is a very painful composition. Not just dealing with the auto attacks on the Lady Sun, rolling raids, that's already an additional burst damage, but the frag grenade enters more damage for the Lady Sun. So let's see the timing on the usage of this protecting winds on the Consort Yu, and maybe Yi can finally win the lane for his team.
Yi will definitely have to do a lot on this Consort Yu here, but his team, especially on the hands of Jin Yu and No Fear, these two players are the cornerstone of the side of JDG's lineup here. They will be the front men in the engages and the tank farm to really allow their team to find that DPS output.
Yep, the main heroes on both sides here. We have the Lady Sun for the side of Dao. We also have the Conqueror for no fee. Difference maker of the main heroes. Will it be available for both teams? That's what we're here to find out.
Right off the bat, we have a mid lane rotation here coming in for the side of Dao and Ziyang in that mid lane 2v1 here. And immediately, they're going for an aggressive jungle invasion in towards JD Gaming's top side.
I like this decision by KSG. Now, if they get this steal, it's going to be great for them. And it does happen for the side of KSG, a great start. But at the same time, I just want to talk about how smart it is to put Liu Lang in the farm lane against Yi on their consort Yi. Because he deals magic damage, right? For this Heino. So what good does your protecting winds do? It does nothing.
Exactly the case, right? You can just stab from afar, poke this pick here, and topside, we're just getting a bit of a tips and taps between the laners here, just trying to get control over that River Sprite.
Okay, now there is a very slight lead. This is because of the camp stolen from the side of JDG. Let's see how do they respond, because they need an answer here. Maybe stealing away the Crimson Golem is going to be one of the answers, but for now, they take a step back. Not worth taking that risk.
Slowly but surely here, as more poke falls on towards the side of Whisper, but Whisper gets caught out!
Yeah, first blood happens, and of all the people, it goes on a Radish as well. Someone who is capable of playing aggressive, and you know that Chicha that is aggressive, has great farm, is going to be a big problem. Now the TP does come down. They're going to reunite at the bottom side of the map here, and Dao gets extra farm in his hands.
Dao did not just get extra farm, he got a Crimson Golem, the first one of the game here. Point is just like, okay, we know you're the carry, let's just give it over to Dao because Dao knows this Lady Sun best.
They know the advantage they have, right? And this is a great start, great recognition of the situation itself. Now, the wave clear is also actually one particular aspect on the side of KUAISHOU Gaming that is quite scary. Now, this is just a vision and information for the side of KSG. He also does have the Fate Rewind, so Liu Lang isn't too worried about taking too much damage here. Just giving information for the team. Fate Rewind, but the true damage and test is on the top side here.
For them, this is just like a lot of the poke and prod we talk about from Liu Lang. Getting that vision, getting that poke here, making sure that they track this Ogren down, slowing his jungle clear to a level. Once he's slowed, that puts point right on towards the map, and you can see Dao. Everywhere he goes, there is farm ready for him to pick up, and then that Crimson Golem might just fall into his pocket once again.
Yeah, I mean, so nice. The lane freezing, just to make sure that Dao, who obviously is the win condition here in the later parts of the game, is going to have an accelerated start. But let's take a look at how this first blood came.
It was a honest mistake here coming in from Whisper, immediately going for the flash, but gets flipped by Ziyang's prediction here. That was such a good play coming in from the KSG roam.
Yeah, that was a nice collision cause, right? That's the skill set that throws you behind, throws the opponent behind you. And Ziyang, like we said, he is someone we need to keep our eyes on, especially on the side of KUAISHOU Gaming.
I am so intrigued by KSG's playstyle, whereby I have never seen a jungler give red buff, the first one to his marksman. I don't think we will see Point get a single one this game because all of it is going into Dao's pocket.
Yeah, I think so far that is the correct decision, right? Because they're making a big difference. Now, for Minimark, this will be the first neutral objective of the game. Jungler for jungler now, with the exchange, a little bit more damage being dealt onto a point, but he does have some form of recovery, gotta be safe. But Radish is the true problem at this point. Has been scouted out. The Tyrant is going to be reset, and here we go. Radish looking for that 1v1 here, taken away by Point on that Tyrant. Do they really want to turn and get them engaged? KUAISHOU Gaming considering their options at this point.
KSG playing super clean though as Radish gets caught out.
The flash! Yep, Radish is going to be taken down. A beautiful movement by the side of Whisper. The communication coming in from Wrong as well, making sure once the Annihilation hit, they knew that was a killing blow. Radish takes a fall.
Very clean assassination coming in from Whisper. He also used the whatever to cancel out Ziyang's flip on that Dunshan here. So a very clean course of a micro playstyle. The combination was just so darn perfect coming in from the Mayin.
Okay, they have shut down one big problem, that is Radish, but they need to shut down Dao. Until that happens, I think KUAISHOU Gaming still has a pretty successful lead at this point of the game.
They do hold a decent lead so far. It was 1,000 before the inevitable of the side of Radish here, but so far, it is looking still in favor of KSG to really take the control of this mid game.
The other thing that we have to take a look at is the Liu Lang gold gap between him and Rong. Right? So far, it's not the biggest, about 100 gold, but the value that Liu Lang is providing to the team hurts Yi the most as the consort Yu.
Well, it's the range that we talk about, right? And Rong, he has already completed that Venomous Staff to really cut down the healing on towards Point, on towards Liu Lang. These are the team members here, but Radish gets annihilated by the annihilation.
I don't know about you, but JDG seem to have figured out a formula here. They're gonna try and make a trade for the T1 in the mid here, but KUAISHOU Gaming, they have other plans. They're gonna take the trade for the T2 on the top side. And even though they get the kill, JDG, they can't find any break.
Any break, but that turret does respawn for the side of KSG, so that is a bit of good news here. Utilizing the phase rewind here puts KSG's mid tower to a revive, because you lose that mid tower, that is just going to open up your jungle for the enemy to put in pressure to.
Okay, and we talk about giving all the resources to Dao, right? Look at Dao, he's at 5,000 gold. He is ahead of everyone in the net worth. Not the biggest lead with his counterpart Yi in that farm lane for the console Yi, but for now, an advantage nonetheless.
It is a good advantage because you know if you're a KSG, you need to be banking on this Lady Sun's late game here. Radish is the secondary carry, but the primary one falls into the Ziyang Dao combination.
Yep, with the block in as well. Maybe they get the catch. A nice play by Whisper, but he gets taken down by the side of Point. And with that, the trade on the Dow, this is what they're looking for on the side of JDG. They have to go in for more, but here comes the damage from Radish as well. Nice catch on the side of KSG, and they're looking for more. The die by Ziyang. Finally, a little bit more damage, but they did get that kill down, and it is going to be Radish and Point. A big punishment coming in from the side of JDG. They survive, but they're looking to thrive as well. Here comes the Fate Rewind from the side of Liu Lang. He is now caught in no man's land. Jing Yu looking for the opening. Okay, that is not as important right now with the finishing blow. They want to get this sheer state kill onto the Crimson buff. That is the one that has the true value for KUAISHOU Gaming. Very nice response as well. This time, it is still secured by the side of Jing Yu.
Jin Yu is riding the momentum on towards the Augur right now. Such an indestructible force to be reckoned with. JD Gaming find 3-2 in terms of the exchange. They do come out on top with a healthy lead of 1,000 gold lead.
I mean, that was quite scary, right? The fact that Ziyang actually managed to carry Radish to jump into the fray of the battle against JD Gaming, it looked pretty successful for a while, but unfortunately for them, they didn't really have too much sustain there.
I think this also comes into a question of the build coming in from Dao. Usually we see in this meta of the KPL version, you will go the Eternity Blade straight directly into the Daybreaker to really start shredding these big PvP front lines. But because you don't have the Daybreaker, you can't shred Jinyu or Whisper in these battle fighters.
Alright, Radish has been forced to use his ultimate just to defend against Jinyu and still has to give turret damage away on the top side of the map. In the meantime, JDG, they're making map work for themselves. They're going to start working on this Tyrant. It's not the Shadow variant just yet, but this is going to be a strong fighting prowess for the next 90 seconds on the side of JDG.
Things are looking good for the side of the JD Gaming roster here. They are getting much more control compared to Game 1 and Game 2. I am looking to see how they can execute that 10th minute mark team fight. That is definitely something they need to put their focus on, because that is where the game will change in favor of either teams.
Oh, for sure. And JDG, I think, in a better and primed position because they have the Tyrant buff at this point to work around with. But for now, KUAISHOU Gaming, they're going to keep themselves safe. Now, the peek into the Crimson buff is going to be happening at the same time. Here comes that move. Liu Lang expends the Fate Rewind to reset the damage and look for those poke damage across the fights before the real skirmish happens.
As long as you really lock away the Crimson from the hands of Dao's Lady Sun, it is a-okay even if Point secures that smite here, because you do not want the marksman to have a red buff constantly harassing you and kiting you.
Yeah, but take a look. The cooldown on Smite is not enough time, and they know this, so Jingyi is going to put a lot of pressure. Gets that steal? No, I think he might have been secured by Point at this situation here. In the meantime, take a look at what Radish is doing. He is actually making the split push of a play for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming.
Radish and Dao are the two main members here coming in from KSG to really put those damage on towards the members coming in JD Gaming's lineup here. As 10-minute arrives, this objective, the Shadow Tyrant in the bottom river, will be a much more important item that two teams need to pick up.
I think both teams will want to reset, right? The smite is going to be off cooldown in a couple of seconds more. This is where the true battle will start, and we're looking at two different things here. Liu Lang, he needs to land as many Scepters of Fate as possible. Oh, but on the backlines, they did manage to get the catch, but the movement is just a little bit too slippery on the side of Radish. He will make it out alive, and they have wasted the annihilation on the side of JD Gaming.
That's the issue, right? Whereby, hang on a moment as the fight breaks through mid.
Yep, it is going to be Conductor Souls laid down. The damage as a free point has been taken down. And this should be JDG looking for the opening as well. They don't have to finish the fight. They can just go straight for the 10-minute Tyrant here. Shadow Variant available for the taking.
Back-to-back successive plays here coming in for the side of JD Gaming. They force Radish away from the team fight and they capture point to isolate him, and this allows JD Gaming to secure that Shadow Tyrant. And right now, towards the mid lane here, more focus is being put on this tier 1.
Yep, and there is no Fate Rewind to save this T1. Now, with the next wave crashing in, no, it's not even crashing in. They have taken the T1 and taken the T2 on the bottom side. KUAISHOU Gaming, oh, how quick the tides have turned.
The tides have turned in favor for the blue team JDG. Right now, they are looking so much in control compared to Game 1 and Game 2. They are well warmed up for this third game.
Yeah. Now, with the goal lead, it's going to be 3,500 in favor of JDG. Something that the fans have been missing for a while.
Hell, that annihilation is starting to hurt, man. That took like, what, 40% of Dao's HP bar in with one spell?
And bear in mind, this is not a maximum damage build just yet, right? Master of Agony, yes, you have the Twilight Stream. You don't have the big burst yet in the form of the Tome of Wisdom just yet. And he's already hitting like a truck.
Already hitting like a truck here, and due to the time that Yi actually had on the Lady Sun, he's been having a phenomenal farm trying to catch on towards Dao's farm in that farming matchup. If I take a look at the damage tank and damage conversion coming in from Jinyu, he's doing so much.
Yep, and Rewind to save the T2 at the bottom as well. All two are going to be placed down by the side of Ziyang to stop the aggression coming in. But I think this is just a temporary fix because the waves will start crashing once again. And bear in mind, the buffs are open. Right now, Yi is helping himself to the feast that is the Crimson Golem. Going to get it for his team. They're looking for an opening on the side of JDG. They don't have to overpress. Patience is key.
So much pressure right now being generated by the side of JD Gaming as they are taking structures after structures here. With the expiration on that Shadow Tyrant, they could just happily revisit into that Shadow Vanguard and rinse and repeat for this game tree success.
And the map is completely dark for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming here because they have taken down all the T2s and T1s across the map for JD Gaming. So KUAISHOU Gaming, even if you have the Fate Rewind now and you save your T3s, it is still super minions that will march down those lanes.
They'll march down those lanes and you can't really be winning these team fights because there's not enough gold on hands of Radish here. Dao is the singular member coming in for the side of KSG that has sufficient damage, but he will be man-marked by Whisper and Wrong, and also no fear in these engages.
I feel like now you really start to see the benefits of the lineup for the side of JDG, right? Because you have Whisper, AoE catch, Wrong, AoE damage with the Annihilation, and then you have No Fear as well with the slows and the control on the ultimates. And we'll see how they come together to form the most difficult composition to fight against on the side of KUAISHOU Gaming.
First thing we have to see right now is whether JD Gaming can start doing structural damage, as already point is being forced away due to the damage coming in for the side of JDG.
Yeah, that's pretty much insane. They get the T3 as well. Did they commit the Fate Rewind? I think they did. With that being said, look at Jingyi. He's not even taking too much damage. The Conductor of Souls opens up the door. JDG, they're coming back right into this game. They get rid of point. And with that, the pressure is surmounting on the side of JDG. KUAISHOU Gaming, they do survive for a little bit. And they will be able to clear the Vanguard as well as the Overlord. But this pain will continue.
5v4 for the next 30 seconds. They're coming in for JDG. This is their shot to clear out all the turrets available in the base of KSG. This is their marker.
Oh, nice jump. No Fear uses the ultimate as well, making sure they get the damage in, but they have caught their members with the flash coming in. Can they do it? Whisper, what a nice catch. Gets rid of Radish at that last moment. And right now, KUAISHOU Gaming, they are really vulnerable because they only have 3 members left. They don't have the biggest tank, just Ziyang at this point. But okay, Dao does have the Sage's Sanctuary, so they can work around with that. But JD Gaming, they've already taken a leave and started working on the Shadow Tyrant here.
You're clean with it, they dive in, they get all the kills, and then they revisit back into the Shadow Tyrant, and you best believe the next upcoming attack will be towards that bottom lane tier 3, the last inhibitor coming in for the side of KSG.
I mean, on KSG, how do you fight back into this?
Ooh, you have to wonder, right? Because so far, Radish on that Chicha hasn't been finding much more success compared to what we saw yesterday. So right now, it is all in hands of Dao to really find these DPS moments. Because if he gets caught up by Whisper, that could be the game-winning push for the side of JDG.
Yep, they're going in once again. Nice catch. No Fear sets up the fight for the side of JDG. It's all about making sure that they get that turret damage, but it's reset by Liu Lang with the Fate Rewind. And all the efforts right now going to be even out. KUAISHOU Gaming still looking for a way to defend because the pressure is continual coming in. Powerful passing for the side of Jingyu. He's looking for an opening. They get the T3. Now this is a Baron base. It does not matter if you had the Fate Rewind. But anyway, they don't have it. KUAISHOU Gaming. Now, backs against the wall. What can they do to defend?
They will need to make a miracle of a team fight here, potentially get 3 or 2 members down for JDG, but JDG, they're just playing the map to a perfection in this game number 3. So far, they have yet to falter in any of these team fight approaches.
And you take a look at No Fear, he has yet to use it yet, the Frigid Charge. They're looking for an opening. Here comes the perch by Ziyang with Dao as well. A lot of damage onto Liu Lang. He has to back off. The reset comes in. KUAISHOU Gaming, they're holding on, but they're just barely holding on. And this is a cause of concern, but this is happiness for the side of JDG.
KSG needs to find an angle to secure this upcoming Shadow Vanguard in towards the top side here. But look at the Chicha going to the back line.
Yeah, Reddish jumps in. He wants to get the Nuwa. He has got it wrong on the backline as well. Can they find a trade? That's the biggest question. They do get down on Reddish. Dao is done with his first life, but there is more to come. But here comes the jump by Whisper. What a play, saving the day for the side of JDG. And this could be very well the last member standing point. With the ace first life gone, and with the minions on the base as well. KUAISHOU Gaming will take a fall. JDG come back.
It was looking so good for KSG as Radish eliminated Wrong in that 5v4, but in the end, it was Whisper and Jinyu with that Ogre, with the Mayin, finding Dao on that lane, so making this game a 1-2, clawing back into the series in this game number 3.
Oh, they look so solid, man. That final engage, or actually the last like 6-7 engages from the side of JDG was nothing short than spectacular, because the way that you were looking at the fight, Jingyi felt like he was unkillable.
That's why they put the priority on that first pick Ogren here on towards the blue side coming in from JD Gaming here. That Ogren first pick paid dividends and they got back that game number 3 win. If not, they would have been put into a series point for the side of KSG.
Right, so JDG fans can still breathe, right? JD Gaming have managed to come back with 1 game in the series. All they have to do now is to win 1 more and tie this series up, and we might have a potential ultimate battle on our hands. But let's talk a little bit about KSG first. KUAISHOU Gaming, what went wrong?
I think it was that one play towards the mid lane whereby Radish on the Chicha went towards the mid lane, got killed in a 1v3 scenario, and then losing out that mid turret, forcing the Fate's Rewind to come in. But as of that point, if you keep on faltering on the side of a carry clashing like the Chicha, you don't have enough resources to come back into the game.
I think one of the things that made it so difficult for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, I think we placed a lot of emphasis on Radish, but that is truly because Jingyu as the Ogren had so much growth. He was continually pressuring the camps on the side of KSG, not only managing to steal it away, also making sure it was filtered, delivered to the important members like Yi on the consort Yu. And later on, even with the ultimate by Radish on the Chicha, you realize that, hey, he isn't really doing that much damage. In fact, he was tickling the jungler in the form of the Ogren on the side of JD Gaming here.
It also falls into one perspective whereby if you have no money on the hero such like a Chicha, you don't really get so much of a moment to shine. And then one more thing kicked in that we really need to notice, whereby there was a very late venomous stuff coming in for the side of the mid lane, which is Liu Lang on the Hano here, which really didn't limit the healing factor of the Ogrun, deeming that Ogrun so indestructible in these team fights.
I think they were really confident about the first part of the game because, let's be honest, KUAISHOU Gaming had a really great start, right? Dao was getting everything was fun out, the Crimson buff as well. Like, at the first few minutes of the game, you said it the best. Like, I think Dao's just going to take everything, right? Point does not get any of the buffs.
Yeah, Point does not get any of the buffs here. It does all funnel into the pockets of Dao, but in the end, Whisper with the back-to-back assassination plays really clawed the game back into JD Gaming's favor, allowing the series to be able to become a 1-2 scoreline right now, which it puts up a bit of a mental reset coming in for JD Gaming fans.
Yeah, you can definitely feel the momentum swing, right? Because it was looking very strong, very steady, very solid from the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. But the moment the Ogrun came online, I think this also puts into perspective that I feel like the Ogrun is going to be the MVP for the side of JDG.
It's a tough one because I'm thinking for Whisper as well, because Whisper was having a phenomenal game on that Mayin. He was looking for assassinations on towards the Chicha, on towards the Lady Sun, and without the final play here coming in by the top jungle of the side of JDG, things could have got pretty ugly for JD Gaming fans because it was a 4v5. The Chicha single-handedly eliminated Wrong on that Nua, and then on towards the front end, it was only, what, 2 members against 4, and they still managed to make it work.
Yeah, it was kind of scary because the moment the Nua fell, right, when Wrong fell, you start to see immediately, okay, where's the rest of the damage going to come through, right? That is one major source of magic damage gone. Can the rest of the lineup hang on and not falter? And boy, did they hang on, because JD Gaming, this one was clean for them, right? So 308 for the side of Jinyu, already had the Blood Rage. So totally disregard the anti-heal, right? Goes for the Dragon Rage, Eye of the Phoenix. Blood Rage as well as the Ominous Premonition. I feel like this is a great build against a lineup that is KUAISHOU Gaming.
It allows you to absorb so much damage here, hence you can see 133 damage, 133,000 damage being soaked, which is 43% of the side of JDG, single-handedly tanked by the Ogrun himself.
Okay, so with that being said, while I agree, Whisper definitely had a lot of highlight moments in this game. I think he did so many of those amazing catches, multi-man catches onto the side of KUAISHOU Gaming that allowed him to turn this series around. But it's also due to the fact that Jinyu was tanking it up in this game itself. And look at the number of seconds, 173 seconds in the jungle on the side of KUAISHOU Gaming.
That was 173 seconds of invasion time coming in for Jinyu on that Ogrun here. And also, going to the mid lane matchup here, I gotta say, much cleaner performance coming in from Wrong in that mid lane. His Nua was finding key annihilation targets here. Everyone on the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, their health bars were being absolutely demolished by that Nua pick.
I think it's just the difference in terms of burst potential, right? So you have burst potential number 1 with the Nua. You also have the burst potential of the Consort U in the later parts of the game. And here we go. This has to be Wrong. And no, I don't mean like wrong, but Wrong, the guy in the mid on the side of JD Gaming. With the Nua, he was the difference maker. I want to see at the percentage of his damage. 32.5% of the team's total hero damage dealt by Wrong himself.
And he had a lot of history in the KPL. Check out his trophy collection right above his KDA. That's how much he has won in the past with the KPL team known as eStar Pro.
Yep, insane records, and he is still continuing that trend all the way to today. Now, saving the life of not just JDG, but also the lives of his team members, because the burst with the annihilation, that was so scary at the start when he didn't even have the best items just yet.
I want to see the replay here on what exactly he really sniped down, because I remember all these annihilations that he sent through really chunked down the health bars coming in for side of KSG here. I think this was the one, capturing the side of Radish here and then allowing Qingyu Whisper to get that assassination play.
Yeah, very nice coordination as well, right? Making sure that, hey, I have the annihilation already, and you know, can we get the catch? And it was never just a wrong play by himself. It was always a team play coming in.
And these were the few moments where you know that the skirmish has fallen into favor coming in for the side of JDG, whereby Dao was the first to fall in these teams, and that's not what you want considering you're giving so much resources into the pockets of the Lady Sun.
Yeah, this one was looking good for a bit, right? We were expecting that, hey, maybe KUAISHOU Gaming can kind of turn this fight. But then this is where Yi had finally came online. And then once he came online, the magic damage from the Nua on Wrong, the physical damage coming in from Yi on this consort Yu, and of course the tankiness that is Jin Yu on this Ogryn. Everything came together to make what is the best synergy possible in this game number 3.
I have to agree with you, and in this game number 3, whereby all these team fights coming in for the side of JDG, it was much more cleaner compared to what we saw in game 1 and game 2. This does mean one thing, is JDG ready and well warmed up? But let's check out the mic check of what exactly happened and how it ran down.
没滚，有闪，有点远，没事，他没闪的，被打了，别拉一波，打他飞了，接我，死了，被骗了，来接我，兄弟，全场，扯一下，车上要来了，扯一下，能接吗？不害怕，靠过去，我这波无敌，拉你，没锁，接我，哎，拆了，能打雷克这波，能打，别退，慢慢操作，
打不死命，兄弟，举起来了，
韩诺长了，韩诺要修，哎，谁帮他进了？绕不了，别急，继续退，我还要进，兄弟，我还要进。这波他我，顶一下，顶闪杯啊！你让大司马得帮你顶，哎，滚脸了，兄弟，韩诺一站，看不了，两把能越吗？没塔，来看我，慢慢斩，我死不了，扯一下，走了，上路能一波吗？不要，先续，还有些中路自己来了，上路给他压力啊！我失血啊！你先吸，拉扯，我还有血手，兄弟，好，听我说，他要是真的时候海诺没用到的话，听我说，你看他抠我的时候，你能削到，真的，侧面有对桥的，侧面有对桥的，听我说，强不厉害，先打海诺好吧？我就打脸上了，我随在前面，我到没跌到标这波，脸上准备看，没跌到标，兄弟，哎，懂了，这波准备看，下游也行，下没滚。哎，能看吗，兄弟？两个，下兄弟，下没滚了，地下，下没滚了，拉我来，7分
，OK，
哎，闪杯，哎，接一下，对面上头了，快接，给对上了，来接兄弟，下能干吗？能怎么你？下能干吗？打攻我点了，兄弟，没闪，对他没闪，兄弟，他没闪，再靠兄弟，对他没闪，相互讲，兄弟，我再靠兄弟，别急，死，要死，对，全没闪，你看他多，下游兄弟，下游，先打下游，来死完了，死完一波，先杀下游，下没出兄弟。我去，2个闪直接杀我了，换崩了，nice，兄弟们翻盘之日，还他一个机会赛剧本行不？
Beautiful work by the side of JDG here. I like the comms. While it does seem a little messy for those of you that don't understand, but let me just give you a very simple breakdown. This one was more of a directive communication, right, from the playmakers in the game, which is namely the Jinyu jungle, right, as well as the Roam on the side of No Fear. He was actually making sure that the team understood whether they could actually press the limits, and they were actually constantly checking with the teammates. Is it safe to go? Do we go for more? Or do we want to play safer? And I think that was really the biggest difference maker between game number 3 and the first 2 games in this best of 7 series for JDG.
And you can see how sensitive they are to timers as well. Once the Lady Sun has used the spell 1 rolling rate to go for a reposition or to charge up her long range attack, they immediately pull the trigger saying that, okay, Lady Sun has no spell 1, it's time to go. And then No Fear immediately jumping in with the Kong Konger, engaging onto the side of Dao on that Lady Sun, forcing out the flash. And the rest of the team fight was really just down to the execution coming in from JDG, which allowed them to win these team fight with ease.
Yeah, and also I think they were paying a lot of close attention to Liu Lang's ultimate, right? The moment there was no Fate Rewind, they knew that there was no chance he was going to escape. All they needed was to get a good catch that was available, number 1, through the very piercing entry on the side of the Ogryn for Jingyu with the Path of Passing, but also the whatever and get serious and flash combination coming from the Mayin on Whisper. So I think they played this really well. This is a good sign for the side of JDG fans or JD Gaming fans to really tie this series up. Nonetheless, it is still a position where it's a little scary because KUAISHOU Gaming just need 1 more win and they will be at series point.
Exactly right. When you are down a series point, potentially, that puts in so much mental pressure on towards you and the coaching staff, whereby you are pressured to come back multiple games to pull it to an ultimate battle here. So if the best case scenario coming in for JDG is to pull a 2-2 even in this game number 4, that's where the mental game everybody starts new and you start at the same starting line, whereby you are fighting for that 4-2 or 4-3 finish.
Yes, and I think both teams actually expended quite an expensive draft. I think particularly more for KUAISHOU Gaming because they had the Chicha, Heino, Lady Sun, and Tunshan. The Tunshan one, anytime a team picks up Tunshan and they don't win with that composition, it kind of breaks my heart because I feel like Tunshan is so broken at this point. But nonetheless, a great effort by JDG, well deserved for that win. And this is a great momentum to start riding on to see if they can turn the tides around. We never know what will happen in the next game.
And talking about next game as well here, Kin, we are going into game number 4. That's 15 heroes default ban away due to the global ban pick here. So that's 3 heroes ban away per role for both of these teams. That's why the global ban pick will put so much pressure on these teams, whereby it tests your hero pool, it tests your hero mastery. That's where you start to think like, oh, going into game 5, game 6, what is there left to play here? What that you start to worry for your players, because you need to be, as a coach, form a reasonable and strong team composition that does well against your enemy team. You need to make it at least a 50-50.
Yeah, but at the same time, it also then opens up the doors because now that you know that, hey, there are more limited heroes, you can be a little bit more stingy, a little bit more spicy with your bans as well, because now it has a double-pronged effect because you know that, hey, number one, they can't play the same hero. Number two, this is exactly what they will want to look for because this is a great synergistic pick in their draft. So we'll see what kind of drafts they are coming up with. Both teams have already expanded the Yangtian and Dolia combination, but I think for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, there is the Master Lupan and Lupan number 7 combination that is still available for them. Let's see if they get their hands on that.
I think there is also the focus coming in for the side of KSG jungler, whereby he had an amazing performance playing the tank here, but he is known for his assassins like the Jing and like the Fade. So if you were to look back into game 1, game 2, and game 3, Jing was always banned from the hands of the jungler coming in from KSG because Point is a monster when he gets his hand on those picks.
That's true. And I think this might be the game where, on the side of JD Gaming, right, JDG, maybe we see the Lady Sun and Zhenren combination.
Yeah.
Maybe let's do, Tunshan with someone else.
Yeah, Dunshan does do pretty well with, like yesterday we saw Ron and also Shrai pulling out the Dunshan Ma Chao combination, finding the backline and always allowing this Ma Chao to find those big pokes with the spears. And also in towards the group stage, we also saw the likes of the Fatih and Dunshan combination, whereby you carry the Fatih, you recharge into the backline and use up all your slashes on towards the squishy heroes here. And then we go into the combination that we saw just now, which is the Lady Sun and Dunshan combination, or with the Eren. All these are the potential combinations that we may see in the upcoming draft.
So I'm very curious to see how this is going to be like because in a very short span, in fact, in the next game, it will be very, very clear if KUAISHOU Gaming is going to be on a blitz, on a tear, because once you are at series point, you know you're going to go in with your best draft. This is what we want to spoil your composition with. And JDG now in a position to stop that from happening and reset the entire focus, because if they win this next series, we are back at square one. It's going to be 2-2.
Yeah, 2-2 is the initial starting line coming in for both of these two teams because you start anew in a best-of-3 setting here. But for KSG, they do not want a 2-2. They want to push it to a series point, making it a 3-1 and making the pressure fall into the shoulders coming in for JD Gaming here. But I think we'll be going into the live feed in just a short moment here, but talk to me about your expectations here, because in that game, number 3, it has been looking so much better coming in from JD Gaming squad.
We have missed one important roamer we have not seen at all today, and that's a Sulia. I feel we want to see a Sulia today, right? The extra lives, and then you also have the massive AoE knockup with his ultimate, the unconquerable army. I think that is going to be a huge difference maker for either team.
Especially when we talk about Sulia, his ability to find these engages is what makes it so special compared to all these other roamers here, because Sulia is the one to find these grand moments set up into a big push into your enemy team to really set up your backline for success. But so far in this best of 7, we have yet to see that pick here, and the priority has been focused into more of these utility roamers.
That's true. We'll see if that's going to change, because right now, under that jungle umbrella as well for tank junglers, we're kind of running out of junglers here, right?
Oh yeah.
The only junglers that have not been picked in the tank role are like Kaiser, Mankey. I think they might not get played here.
There's still the Kaiser Diadea combination to be pulled out by either of these teams, because we always say, okay, why does Kaiser work so well with Diadea? Because Kaiser can tank up so much damage in the front, and then Diadea can funnel all the healing in one straight line here. So that's what makes this combination so darn consistent.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see whether they get their hands on a very strong mid laner here. Now, we have seen the Hano being picked up for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. Did not really work out. What's the next point of contention here, right? Wrong used to be known for a lot of very flashy mid heroes, but they're not in meta right now.
Well, there's still the Maestro Nui, right, if he ever wants to go for the flashy plays, because that is still a potential pickup here if the KSG lineup does get the Master Luban number 7 combination, so they can play the fast assassin, fast dive playstyle.
That one will require them to have a tank jungler, so I probably think that would be the best situation for a Kaiser, I guess, for them. They have not played Ogren though.
Oh yeah, they haven't yet to play the Ogren, and Ogren so far in the last few days has had a lot of success in these games here. But check out your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen. Global ban pick means that all these heroes won't be available for either of these teams. JD Gaming, 15 heroes banned out, and also for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, 15 heroes banned out here. So let's see, in this game number 4, what are the coaches for both teams cooking?
Okay, JD Gaming, once again, they will be on the blue side, prio pick side, and you know for a fact they're gonna do this. They ban out the Master Lupan. No combinations available for you there on the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. Now, KUAISHOU Gaming gonna retaliate with the Dunshan. We know how potent this hero is. That will not be allowed. And JD Gaming, they know this is also a potential, so Ogren will be banned out.
Yeah, Ogren banned out, and KSG banning out the heroes that they have found success with. Kaboom and also the Dunshan that they have lost has been locked away as well here. So that does leave the first picks here coming in for the side of JD Gaming in the form of the Kaiser, in the form of the Arlie Diadea. All these are still up and available for both teams.
Okay, so Arlie now is going to be picked up for the side of JDG. I like this. Now, this is going to be a potential Diadea combination picked up, right? So does KUAISHOU Gaming steal that away now?
I think KSG can go for the side of a Diadea and Kaiser to really steal away JDG, but they do, in fact, go for the Nua that they were losing to against Raw in that game number 3 here. So that is a very interesting pickup, but they do take away the Kaiser here, so there is no Diadea Kaiser combination for the side of JDG.
Okay, once again, this is the main hero for our captain on the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, Liu Lang. And then Nua is going to be the hero of choice. Let's see who's going to make a difference. Now, JDG, they respond with a tank jungler on their own in the form of the Mankey. I like this a lot, and Diadea, as we all know, stock standard combination to fit with any farm laner, but particularly dangerous along with the Arlie, because you, with that bitter farewell second skill lockdown, you give so much space to Yi on this Arlie.
I'm thinking whether KSG really takes away the Goya here or put priority on towards the likes of Roamer for the side of Ziyang here. There's still a lot of things for the side of KSG that could really visit here. Is it the farm lane matchup or the Roamer priority? And it will be the Kong Kong Earth priority being handed over to Ziyang in that Roamer role.
Okay, Ziyang using the Kong Kong Earth. I like this. They're able to soak up a lot of damage, but I'm curious about who's going to be this farm laner they're going to pick up on the side of KUAISHOU Gaming to go up against JD Gaming. There's options like the Shou Yue, but right now I don't think that's a great choice because they have a very late game composition going on.
Well said there, Kin. And Goya, right off the bat, has been locked away from the side of KSG here. And then you're starting to ban out all these counters here. The side of the Garo, the side of Goya. You don't have to ban a channel because it has already been picked for the side of KSG in game number 2 here. So for KSG, they need to figure out their marksman situation here. Do they potentially go for that Ho Yi that does even better in towards the late game?
But he's so immobile, right? Yes, you have the potential saves coming in from the Ziyang, Kong Kong, where you start the aggression instead, right? You steal the items away from the heroes and try to soak up as much damage for your team. But I feel like his immobility is a little too tight for this particular game.
to agree with you, but that does leave the options being limited for the side of KSG's farm lane here. He will definitely need to find something to fill in that gap in that farm lane pool here, as we get a Charlotte being locked in, potentially for the side of Radish in towards that clash, and also one of his main heroes.
Okay, I like this. So 2 main heroes for the side of KSG. Is it going to be enough to deal with the shield and spear tactic that is JDG? Because just already alone is already a big enough problem, right? The fact that she's able to zip in and out of fights. And now you have the major tank in the front, the Mankey to help. Oh no, and there's a Chicha as well. JDG, this is an insanely strong draft coming in.
Insanely strong, but at the same time very high risk here, because we know for a fact that My Shiranui scales not so well in towards that late game here. But that does answer your question here. When will Rong pick those flashy heroes? And this is your answer. In game number 4, we get his My Shiranui.
You can see he's definitely confident about this one. He's already talking about the game plan with the teammates on the side of JDG. Let's see. The answer to the solution, that is JDG. KUAISHOU Gaming, they go for it. We were talking about this. The Fuzi farm lane. Now, this is where things get a little bit dicey. If JDG cannot shut down this Dao Fuzi, then it's going to be a huge problem.
Because we're thinking, right, okay, all these farm lanes, all these counter has been banned away. You don't lock in that Geya on that 3rd pick, you will be potentially being locked away on all the potential counters for the early here. But locking in that Fuzi makes so much sense coming in from KSG. They're like, okay, we're giving up the laning phase, but we will look to dominate you at that 8th minute mark. Once we scale into 2 items, that's where KSG comes online.
And as long as they don't get the first blood on the side of JDG, or in fact no kills happen in the first few minutes, then KUAISHOU Gaming kind of have like a free entry into the late game. But I'm sure JDG is not going to have that happen. They will be pressing for more advantage. We might even see a very quick level 1 or level 2 movement rotation into the clash lane to try to make life difficult for the side of Radish.
Radish and Dao will be the 2 key members coming in for KSG to find success in these team fights. So you have 4 beefy front lines here coming in from KSG to really facilitate Liu Lang on that Nua here. So if they lose the early game, things could go so ugly for the side of KSG. So for JD Gaming, they need to capitalize on that first 6 minutes of the game.
Yeah, they're on a timer. And once it reaches the late game, if we do happen to reach that Tempest game mark, then it's all about the catches, right? So it's the comparison. Where does he come in with the lift step, the maple dance, and you know, just the repositioning to get the damage in? I'm pretty sure it's going to get Frenzy as well. And then after that, on the flip side is, okay, who's going to be the victim of the Sage's Might, that lockdown on the pole with traditional parenting there?
And this also explains one thing alone, whereby Dao has had so much experience in the KPL, previously Wolves Esports, and that just shows if you come from an old meta in the KPL, you need to know the fighter farm laners, and Dao, he knows it because he comes from the same style like Yino.
Okay, I really like that piece of information because it gives us that little peek into, hey, there's not only one way to play HOK, right? There's multiple ways and it works. Now, the thing here for me is, does Rong hit the first blood? Because it has to be him, right? Out of all the different people on the side of JDG.
JDG will definitely have to rely on Rong and also No Fear in making all these big plays to get going for their team. But let's hear the crowd before we go into the game. Both teams fighting for that mid control here as Jinyu starting on his first camp on that wild boar here. Laning phase will be quite tough for the side of Dao on that Fuzi because generally, melee into range, not the best matchup that you will be hoping for.
especially in the early levels, right? And this is where I think JDG really needs to push the advantage. There are a couple of things. When this composition happens for you, you have to, number one, you have to get the Firehawk. That is no excuse for the side of JDG. You have to get that. But right away, they're going to start trading some blows. And of course, with the heals provided by the hard lane from Nofia, you know they win this lane easily.
The sustain coming in from JD Gaming's double laner towards the bottom side is much more of a confident boost here in towards their early game here. For KSG, survive the laning phase, make sure you don't fall too behind in farm, and then once you click that level 4, that first ultimate from the Futsu may look for something huge in those team fights.
Yep. The other contestant here is in the clash lane, which you can see rotations coming in. Oh, did they get the steal on that? They did! Jinyu gets the steal. He just needs to make it out. Dream Roam to get away to safety. And with that, he also makes sure that Nofia joins him. And KUAISHOU Gaming, what a way to lose the advantage in the early parts of the game.
Jinyu with the sneaky steal here, and they do both get out alive and safely here. That does put a lot of focus into the jungle because JD Gaming, they now have your timer for that buff reset.
Yeah, and they also have a way to delay the growth on this Kaiser, which is a big problem. You need the tank to be tanking.
Exactly the case. And this is the hand cam coming in from Dao on that Futsu here. He will be looking for all these resources here as we see a lane swap being committed for the side of JD Gaming here, further allowing that resource sharing between the early and the jungler coming in for the side of JDG.
Lovely movement. This is what you want to have, right? You need to make sure you have the advantage and you need to keep pushing it, but also stop the growth on the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. That is the win condition for the side of JD Gaming. All they have to do is to be really careful, mindful of where everyone is on KSG.
So much gold being funneled into the side of this early here. Once you share that blue side, you are sharing the mid wave, and then now you are collecting the red side resources here. You best believe D on this early will be playing a pivotal part in the mid game coming in from JD Gaming here. Once he hits that 3-item power spike, he will be an absolute force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, already at 2.2 thousand gold at the 3-minute mark. This is looking great for the side of JD Gaming. Now JDG, the next big objective is going to be this neutral objective that's going to be spawning in about 40 seconds or lesser. KSG need to be very careful how they play this.
I'm interested to see whether KSG actually takes the 4th-minute fight, because right now we haven't been seeing all these items being completed for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, so they'll definitely need more time. Usually when we see a double fighter setup, it's because that double fighters generally start to ramp up in the game faster than marksmen here. So when they ramp up, they cannot make mistakes in that 4 to 6 minute mark, but at the 8-10, that's where they start hitting the hardest.
Yeah, and we'll see, right? JDG, they understand this concept really well, which is why they're pressing into the mid lane, making sure that the rotations from KSG are not only noted, but also allows them to make conscious decisions. Where is the best positioning available in this Tyrant Pit?
And 4th minute mark has started here, and we see a 5v5 almost to be unfolded here in this river.
Yep, they push them away. It is just the tank versus tank jungler. The Dream Roam coming in for the steal is not going to be there. KSG, they get that Tyrant, and it's first blood as well. Jinyu, the first to fall. As KUAISHOU Gaming, they get the Sage's mic down as well. They have a lot of damage coming in from Whisper, but it's not going to be enough to save the game. KUAISHOU Gaming, they take the 2 kills, and now the map is a little bit more open.
That is the team fight prowess of the double fighter here. They have much stronger ultimates that could really impact team fights, and that is what exactly happened here. KSG, they found the Tyrant and they found 2 quick kills to put themselves on the board.
They also go in and steal for that Azure Golem. This is going into the hands of Point. Now, I think we will have a replay of that situation later for sure, right? I want to see who did Dao actually catch with the Sage's Might. That was close with the attempted steal on the Annihilation by Liu Lang. But here we go with the damage coming in from the side of JDG. 2-on-1 on the top side. Radish will be able to make it out with a sliver. Okay, not exactly a sliver, but, you know, a huge chunk of health missing.
But that's a Pure Sky being removed from the cooldown of Radish for the next 90 seconds here. And to your question, who did Dao ulti? That was actually on the Maestro Nui here on this replay here, as we can see. Initial engage here comes in from the Kaiser here with the Invincible Warrior here. All the damage guns into, but the steal attempt coming in from the Monkey does not find its marker here. And the following team fight, it is just a one-sided win for the side of KSG. As we go into live, we see the Kaiser jumping on towards the Maestro Nui.
That was a little close. Now, Point, he will be able to make it out. Uses the smite for safety to make sure the slows come in. At the same time, the split push happening on the side of Radish as well. So top side looking good. KUAISHOU Gaming, they are able to maintain a little bit of that gold advantage. Not the biggest. It's about, what, 500 gold? We'll take a look at how this map play is going to be, because the TP has come down from the side of Radish to put pressure on the T1 on the bottom. And they should get this.
Well, this is exactly what you want if you're playing double fighters here. KSG, this is their moment to shine. The 6-minute mark has arrived here. You're starting to see 1.5, 2 items being completed by Radish, by Dow. This is the moment that they can keep on pushing for more objectives here. They are starting to feel even stronger here. As we go to the top side here, we do see a bit of a movement here coming in from KSG, but they do not find anyone.
Okay, the emergence was really good in terms of information checking. Right now, JDG, they still have a great chance to come back, right? They just need to land those combinations, and here we go. This is a nice setup by the side of Whisper. He's already landing the damage. Unfortunately, Wrong was not in time to be able to get the knockup, and with that, they will have to stave off their aggression for a little bit.
This double side lane here coming in from KSG, that is their win condition here. But what is the win condition coming in from JD Gaming here? It's definitely lying on the hands of the double marksman setup here. Whisper and also Yi on that Arlie and Chicha here. Once they hit the 3 to 4 item power spike, that's where they start to relinquish and regain that control that they have lost in that mid game here. So it's a battle of timers here. Will JD Gaming make it successfully towards that mid game and late game, or KSG dominate the 10-minute mark?
Oh, nice. They just might. Can they get the kill? This is going to be Jingyi who secures that Overlord itself. But on the backlines, the danger coming in, the Arlie E being placed under pressure. Jingyi will have to give his life. And even with that advantage in the form of the Overlord, JDG still feel the pressure from KUAISHOU Gaming.
And Dao went for a very interesting item pickup here. He went for a Frigid Charge Futsu, immediately ulti flash and Frigid Charge, locking Jinyu in place for that play here. As topside though, we see another tower go in favor for the side of KSG. Goal lead is still dead even between JD and also KSG.
They needed just a little bit more on the side of JDG, right? If they had defended the T1, it would have, staved off, alleviated the pressure. But KUAISHOU Gaming, they are looking to run away because Yi is around here with the help of the Diadea by Novia. Quite a bit of damage onto Radish, but there is no opening left for the side of JDG. They will back off.
50-50 in terms of the scoreline here. Although the kills are in favor of KSG, but the goal funneling is still in favor for the side of JD Gaming here. We need to see the 10th minute mark. I think that is the most important timer coming in for this game number 4 here. Whoever wins that team fight will get total control of this game 4.
Okay, Radish gives the information. The invaders come in, which means they will push for their own invasion on the side of KSG. A little bit faster from the side of Dao, already getting that Crimson buff on his hands. Meanwhile, this means they know the rotations on the side of JDG. They will be coming in, but it will not be in time because there is no long-range poke.
I think the annihilation coming from Liu Lang is so smart because it forces Jin Yu to smite away the Crimson. You do not want a Crimson buff on an Arlie because that's where an Arlie can kite you to the depths of this game. So removing that red buff from the Arlie is a smart move coming in from KSG.
Yep, and maintaining the goal lead on pretty much the more important members here. Okay, no, it is now swinging back in the side of Yi for this Arlie pick. So JDG, I think this is a nice advantage to have.
It's a decent advantage for the side of JDG, but how long can they maintain this? Because 10th minute mark is starting to creep in for both of these teams here, as a big fight might just happen between the two teams at that Shadow Tyrant pit, as we see more vision being invested by the side of KSG on towards that bottom river.
Yep, 20 seconds for the side of KSG as well as JDG.
20 seconds on the mark here. Mid priority falls in favor for the side of KSG as they take control of that bottom river here. The buff, the Tyrant, has been evolved and spawned towards the bottom river here as both teams are making their mark towards this objective here. None of them want to relinquish control of this bottom river.
Definitely. It is very important at this point. Buff timers are coming up though. 5 more seconds, the Crimson Golem will be available for the side of KSG, but they say no, we're gonna start the fight now. Sages might down onto Jingyu. Can they get the burst damage in with the annihilation? That does not hit the mark. Green Roam to get away as well. JDG, they have survived the aggression of KUAISHOU Gaming. And with this means more man control. You can see Whisper making a beeline straight for that bottom wave here of the minions, making sure they have the advantage, which means if KUAISHOU Gaming hang around, they're gonna lose the map naturally.
This is so good coming in from JD Gaming here. The Reason that Jinyu didn't fall was due to the fact that No Fear was pumping in heals and also shields coming in from the items here without 3 key ultimates here coming in, but the engage might be pulled off by KSG.
Quite a lot of damage onto Dao. He needs to be safe. And with that, the Destined Encounter lands on the backlines as well. They have managed to catch out Radish, but it is damage onto Wrong. Can they get the snipe? Wrong is so low, but nobody's there from the side of KSG to finish the job. They will change their sights into the line of the Tyrant take. And with this, KUAISHOU Gaming, they're looking for an advantage here. All they need is a steal from Jingyu. He does have his ultimate, the Dream Roam, available. Gets stopped by Radish. And right now, KUAISHOU Gaming, they turn their gears on. They're looking for the kills onto the backlines as well. The flash comes in from the Whisper. Chicha, but it's not going to work out. 2 kills for the price of none so far for KSG. And with this, they have the natural advantage in numbers. 3v5.
Dao once again finding the key assassination, finding the lockdown on towards Jinyu here, and then the damage starts piling in, removing the monkey from the pool. And Whisper, he was so desperate in finding an exchange kill on towards the backline here, resulting into his death, making it a 3v5 in favor of KSG. And right now, allowing them to secure this Shadow Tyrant. They are such in a controllable state right now in this mid game.
Yep, and they get away with the Crimson buff as well. This one goes straight into the hands of Dao. Let's take a look at the replay here. Very nice Sage's might there to make sure that they get the lockdown onto Jingyu. Get rid of the tank, right? And then the rest of the lineup is really open for you. But this movement by Whisper to try and go onto the backlines, the idea was great. You want to get rid of Liu Lang, right? But the thing is, if you have to do it, if you don't, you instantly put your team in a deficit.
It was a very desperate move here coming in from Whisper because he knows if he doesn't get a trade-off there, that Tyrant is just a free goodie coming in for KSG here. And look at the Futsu here, he's so darn tanky.
Yep, they get a T1 in the mid as well, looking for another target with the Sage's Might. They have landed it down. Once again, Jinyu is on the grave, on his deathbed as well, and with that, Wrong falling low, Whisper as well follows the jump, the flash in, as they will get a double kill, a triple kill for Dao here. The T2 is the next in line to fall as KUAISHOU Gaming looking for an opening. This is 30 seconds without the main damage dealers, just Wrong and No Fear. They don't have the ability to wave clear here. KUAISHOU Gaming, they break the T3 and victory is in sight. They just have to escort the wave in. One more wave marching down in the middle side. KUAISHOU Gaming, they will be looking to push off the different members. Nice jump with the flash on the ultimate for Wrong. He wants to buy time. Has he cleared the wave? He has not. They have to get their life. It is going to be an ace. No, they leave him alone. But the job has been done. They survive for now. They push that final minion away. And No Fear, will he actually make it out? Oh, no way. There is no way he makes it out. They will have to give the life. This is 40 seconds without any healing factors coming in. But the jungle is under pressure as well. KUAISHOU Gaming, I think they might want to have a little bit of restraint here and be a little careful. But Point does have his smite, so this is going to be easy pickings for the Crimson buff.
Valiant attempt here coming in from JD Gaming here. Wrong and No Fear managed to hold down the final push attempt coming in from KUAISHOU Gaming here, but losing out 2 members here, allowing KSG to further get this Shadow Vanguard. But good news for the side of JDG, gold lead is still at a minimum of 2,000 to 3,000. It is still much handleable for the side of JD Gaming squad.
Yo, but the amount of times he uses the Sage's Might, the catches from Dao have been insane.
Exactly right. Just now the stat that you can see on towards that lower third, that was 6 ultimates being casted on towards the side of Dao, and he hit 5 of them with quick succession here. And let's check out the replay here. Mid tower here, Spell 2 Intuition makes Futsu tanky as he has damage reduction, and then you can see he's just piling in, and then the double fighter composition here. Radish going in for the big burst damage. Dao going in for the final pull on that Futsu, getting 2 quick kills.
Which is very scary because the late game, Futsu is really hard to kill. And here we go. There's going to be additional pressure on the T3. Oh, Matrix is going to be created from the side of KSG. They get another T3 down. Now, with the benefit of the Shadow Overlord, that's going to be flying down from the top side of the map. This should be a guaranteed T3 and an open Baron base on the side of JDG. The emergence comes through. They want to get vision as well. Right now, all the ultimates are up on the side of JDG, but can they withstand against the damage? All it takes is one Sage's Might or even one Annihilation. It could change the whole fight.
And Vanguard, the biggest one, is piling in towards that top side here. Does JD Gaming find the last defense here as the Annihilation finds on towards Yi here? That is 40 seconds on towards your main carry here. Things are looking so grim for the side of JDG as KSG have the beeline towards the base.
Yep, this is the last stand for the side of JDG. They try to go on the back lines. Whisper is doing his best. He will be able to take down Liu Lang, but at the cost of his own life. Wrong, the next one to fall as well. And everything falling apart for the side of JDG. KUAISHOU Gaming, they have the backdoor protection down and they win game number 4.
Double fighter coming in for KSG in game number 4 of this best of 7 here. We had no clue that they would pull this off, and they make it work with a masterclass performance coming in from Dao's Fuzi.
Yeah, beautiful gameplay here. The Fuzi pick was very smart, right? We were kind of considering, okay, what are the options left in the past? But with that, it was never an issue side of KSG. A little bit of shakiness in that middle part of the game, but at the late game, the true value of Dao's Fuzi came to light.
It was the timer that we talk about. If you don't limit the Fuzi in the laning phase, he's going to come in and pummel you for that 4 to 12 minute mark. And that's exactly what happened here. Every ultimate committed by Dao on that Fuzi, make sure that they got all the kills and all the tempo here. And the most important one was that Shadow Tyrant into that mid push, which really led to the landslide of the lead into the pockets of the side of KUAISHOU Gaming.
Yes, and we talk about the composition, right? So you're expecting, hey, the Mankey on Jingyu, he's going to be the tank. This is going to open up space so that Whisper as well as Yi, both of them, the Chicha and the RD, will be able to come in from the sides or even enter the fight, get the damage done, right? The only deterrence is that maybe the Sages might catch us one of you, but the rest of the team can still get the damage in. So instead of putting that as the gaming formula for the side of KSG just said, you know what? No, we'll catch Mankey first. We will get Jingyu down, and who cares about the rest of your team when you have no more tank? You will have to eat all the damage in the world coming from the side of KSG.
Actually, very well said here, Kin. When your main tank is down, no matter how fed the Arlie is, he cannot be single-handedly attacking forward front line. The forward front line coming in from the side of KSG was the Charlotte, was the Fuzi, was the Kongkonger, and lastly was the jungler known as Kaiser. So all these 4 beefy boys, you don't have enough time because you cannot out-tank them. You need the Chicha, you need the Arlie to be consistently hitting the front and finding those big markers here. But unfortunately, in that game number 4, it was the Fuzi that came online with the help of Charlotte, and they found those backline dives and ended the game with a clean game for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming.
Yes, and you know what? If you're in the vision of Liu Lang, like let's say you take the shoes as Liu Lang, you know, based on the composition, the only person they'll be hunting is you, the Nua. So if you notice the way that he positioned in the entire game, in order to reach him, you have to go past the entire lineup of KSG, which multiple times Whisper tried, which multiple times Yi did try. But what's the cost? It came at the cost of their lives. They didn't even get the trade most of the time.
Exactly right, and it was so difficult coming in for the side of JD Gaming to really find those key assassinations here. We had the Maestro Nui coming in from Qingrong, but we didn't really see much of a assassination play here. He was getting locked down by the Fuzi's ultimate here, and then every time he tried to look for a play, who was he going to aim for? Because there was no Nua inside, and there were 4 beefy boys in the front. Who are you aiming?
Exactly. You're kind of like wasting your skills, right? And it's already pre-mediated that you know that as wrong on the Mai, the moment you miss one of your skills, you're gonna be locked out, right? Either you're gonna be locked out or you're gonna be bursted. And we saw that goodness, super painful annihilation coming in from Liu Lang onto Yi at the last part. I thought, yeah, that was so scary. But let's take a look at the stats of the game here.
That was really damn scary because in the end, Yi had all the gold in his team and he was shot down by the Nua ultimate here. That is what we call a main pick coming in from Liu Lang's pool. This is his main hero in the KPL.
Yo, take a look at the build on Ziyang. Is this an API thing, or he really went Sparkforge Dagger with the Doomsday build and then he built a Star Spring just to make sure that they had the heals?
Yeah, exactly the case here. He needed that heal. Wait, Sparkforge Dagger on a...
Yeah.
Oh, that is something that Shuai does as well. They go Doomsday, they go the Sparkforge Dagger, so your clone can chip in and do more damage. It's like a poking Kong Kong. But I'm not sure if it's an API issue, but I've heard roamers on the KPL scene do that in their games.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna try some stuff out.
Oh, no.
But with that being said, what a beautiful game from the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. JDG, let's give them the respect that they need as well. This was a pretty decent draft. Unfortunately, they did not fulfill the win conditions. They were trailing in terms of the gold, which means itemization was never up to par against the likes of KSG.
I think the Maestro Nui pick was smart if KSG drafted a last pick marksman. If it was a last pick Futsu, that Maestro Nui had no target to be targeting here. So it is a smart counter last pick here coming from KSG. That's why red side is so darn good here. That is why. And I think, yeah, that seems to be the item here coming in for the side of Ziyang.
Okay, lovely idea. Because, I mean, let's be honest about it. If we take a look from a third-person perspective, you have the space to do whatever that you need to do, right? So let's take a look at our MVP here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, none other than the farm laner himself, Dao, also known as Yao Dao in Chinese. This guy, 6-0-6, he did the most work, not just for the damage, but because of the skill kit that he used, that Sage's Might changed the whole game.
He was always at the front here, 6-0-6, even though he did not do too much damage, but he always found the key decisive moments on those key carries here. It was on towards the side of wrong on that Maestro Nui here. As we see towards this first clip of towards the game, this is the first changing point here that tipped the game into the side of KSG's favor here. So Jinyu going in for a Tyrant Steel, does not find it, gets punished here, and then Dao with that lockdown on the Maestro Nui here, deeming that pick useless in this team fight.
Yeah, very smart move here. And this is where the value of the other picks coming in from the side of KSG were very apparent, right? So when you want to use your smite, if you're stunned, you cannot use your smite. And there are multiple mini stuns coming in. You have the Matrixers coming in from Liu Lang. You also have the Puppet Show coming in for the side of Ziyang. That also gives you a little bit of mini stun as well. And then you have the Charlotte that is being played by Radish. So many things to stop the steal on that smite. That's already a big problem, first problem you have. The secondary one was the fact that, hey, you now have to deal with the Sage's Might, and this was a late game Futsu with a frigid charge to make sure that you stay in place.
And let's give some compliments towards the side of Radish as well, right? He was going in ham and doing all the damage, and then in the end, Dao came in clutch and collected all the kills for his teams here. But let's listen to the mic check and break it down on what exactly helped it in that game.
我在叫，注意到幕后下去，
可以打，直接下去，先打，我飞了，我来沙漠前
跑过去了，可以，我顶着女王，
可以，我给你射，
过来打人，别打了，过来打人，别打了，死，家里了，接我出来，回来，
没闪，吃到没闪，你跑，来动了，可以的，
来等龙，
我没闪，我老
新源，给我新源，
别打，
慢慢打，
别掉状态，兄弟，
龙已经有了，
听我说，
龙已经有了，
等我5秒吧，这谁来谁死，
中医可以要中医，我下了，后期下了的，来中医，知道，
讲我记了，
来，不用保，压气，不用保的，
可以打了，中位置可以打，拆了，阿里，
拉我的，最后拉我的，
不一定兄弟，看一下，中一波赚了吗？有新源一波，
直接保，能杀，不是，
谁拉线打谁，听我说，
老不得听火舞，
谁拉线打谁，听我说，
梦奇不用保，老不得听火舞，
知道，知道，
我知道，没事，我是这位，没关系，我是这位，
别打，
我回来，
I love it. It's so chaotic. Welcome into what it is truly like playing in a professional team as well. When you know the stakes are so high, right? This was series point now for the side of KSG. Now there is not much of a difference between the comps that they said between the game, previous few games, and this one. It's just much more intense in the way that they deliver the instructions, right? I can just break it down into 3 calls: protect me, kill someone, get the objective. These 3. I'm going to make it super simple for you in the midst of the chaos. That those were the 3 commands that were shouted in with a lot of gusto between the 5 members on the side of KSG.
Exactly, right? Like we were talking about like the chaos of the communication, but it was chaos with an objective, right? Whereby, oh guys, peel me from the chicha was what exactly Liu Lang said when he got jumped in the last fight. And then they were saying that, okay, mark this person, mark that person, make sure that monkey doesn't get to the wave, and then we have a game here. And then they were calling out like specific hero HP bars. And then at one point, I think the roamer coming in also was like, guys, listen to me. But then the comms was just like calming down for everyone as they are so excited and just ending the game.
Yeah, I find it so funny and so entertaining. Okay, number one, because I understand, and you can feel the intensity of it, right? Because you know that if you're gonna fall, I think pro players definitely recognize that I'm dead here, right? This is my life, I'm gonna give for the cause. And what's the best thing you can do for your teammate? Make the trade, right? Make the trade. That's why the call was crazy from the side of Liu Lang, which is, I'm gone. Trade my life, and then you guys decide what you guys want to do, right? And obviously the comms at the last moment of the game was kind of different because one person was actually screaming for them to go for the kills, and then the rest of the team was like, no, we go for the crystal, now. And essentially you get the point I'm trying to make here. That it was very intense. It was the same instruction and a lot of different perspectives. But KSG, maybe this is how they make it work.
If this is how they make it work, they're a young squad being led by none other than Ziyang in towards their roamer role. So definitely it is like a fresh air with the side of a veteran in towards the side of Ziyang's lead, right? Whereby Liu Lang, Ziyang, they're insanely good players, and then you have new addition of the side of Point in that jungle, whereby this team composition already started to look even more solid. Means that their growth is not just here. They are looking to challenge all the KPL top 8 teams for that championship run.
Yep, and now talking about challenge, this one is really a challenge for the side of JDG with the backs against the wall. One more game win means KSG take this entire series. Boys and girls, we are at series point.
We are series point in favor for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming here. If you are a JD Gaming fan, if you're a JDG fan, you best be worried here because they are needed to find 2 successive games to push this game into an ultimate battle.
Yep, we're looking for a miracle for the side of JDG fans. JD Gaming, if there's any game to make a difference, this one has to be, because if you don't, KSG are moving on.
KSG will be moving on if they do take this last potential game 4 in their pockets. Yeah, but that is an if. JD Gaming, they have all it takes to push this game to a 2-3 and then a 3-3 for the ultimate battle spot.
Yep, you can definitely feel the fans as well for the side of JDG. They really desperately want the captain, No Fear, to bring up the lives on the side of JDG, right? Cheering them on. Let's see what kind of drafts they will be considering at this point.
Well, they do still have the likes of the, let's say, Sulie hasn't been really prioritized by any of these teams, and then you have to be looking at things like the, for example, mid as well. Capboom is still an option coming in for the side of Wrong in that mid lane as well here. So if you're a JD Gaming, maybe it's time to put Wrong in much more of these poke mages that he found success with in those games.
Well, I mean, if I'm KG, I'm banning that out. You will never see the light of Capboom. Never.
Yeah, Capboom, such a strong pick here, can really bring in the tempo in that early to mid game. So banning it away will really limit the approach coming in for the side of JD Gaming, especially if KSG wants to put Point in that jungle assassin role.
I think this last game, or potential last game, it has to be a genuine game, right? There is no way. If I am on JDG, now's the time to pull that out. Pull out the Lady Sun, pull out the Genrun, and let's go.
Let's go as we get geared into the game for game number 5, as we are slowly but surely going into the draft here as expectations has been laid. Do we get to see Point on that jungle assassin? Because I have heard good news about his assassin picks here, but we have yet to see it here. And one more thing, Orgrim might not be a potential giveaway to the KSG jungler.
Fully agree. I think there are a couple of things you have to consider on both ends, right? And JDG desperately will not want to allow the Orgrim coming in, because we've seen how potent it was showcased today in the earlier games by the side of JDG for Jingyu. His Orgrim was almost, I mean, it was unkillable. It's something that I think you cannot mess around with. Now, both teams have already expanded the Yang Jiandolia combination. That's one of the prime ones. But if you take a look at JDG, they do have the Flowborn tank available as a jungle.
And for KSG, due to the fact that they have already drafted that Futsu, means that there's additional marksmen for Dao in that farm lane to really pull in more of these focuses coming into this game number 5 here. As we start the banning phase here, KSG will be on the blue side with JDG on towards the red side with the priority bans on towards the roamers here.
Okay, so we know for a fact Dunshan will not be available, Master Lupan as well, because those unlock very scary combinations. Cat Boom, as we already mentioned before, no way we are giving that to Wrong. Now, Allgren, okay, so they really do lock it out from the hands of Point here. Now, this is going to open up quite a few doors, right?
Exactly, I think it makes sense, right? Because Allgren is such a strong pick in snowballing and being this beefy frontline for that tempo game. You can think about it as a pay, but with the tanky stats and also that lifesteal here. But the focus that we talk about here, roamers, and what have we not seen being picked by 2 roamers? It's that Sulia in towards the engage role.
Yes, and it's such a phenomenon, right? To not see a Sulia up until game number 5, what are we living in right now?
Exactly here, and then JD Gaming locking in that Flowborn tank and also the Da Qiao here. It's a combination that we've seen KSG pull off in the early stage of this BO7 and finding success here. But we're now fighting against a pure on-out engage here. KSG, if they want to be able to fight against this competition, they need DPS. And where does DPS come from? It comes from a Arlie here.
Okay, and I love this follow-up pick on the side of Liu Lang as well. He's going to pick up Lady Chen. That's a great answer against the Flowborn tank jungle that is going to be played by Jing Yu. So JDG, where do we place this mid lane? What is going to be a good counter against the Arlie or even the Sulia here?
I think JD Gaming has to put the focus on towards Yi in that farm lane, potentially pick up the channel for the hands here, but they do go for the Garuda pickup here in towards that mid lane.
Yep. Once again, if you're new to the KPL server, this is Hero is coming out, I think tomorrow if I'm not wrong, and this is going to be Garuda, our own version of it, and this is for now a very strong poke composition on the side of JDG. I like this idea. So you get the free pass into invasions from the side of the Flowborn tank, you get the save from the Sea of Fate on the Da Qiao, and then if you want to really just put pressure, open the ulti, man, on the side of Wrong.
Exactly, but since you pick this mid lane on the third pick here, that puts into one issue here. KSG gets to ban out all the early counters for the side of their farm lane, so Dao will have a comfortable game going into this game number 5 here. As you see, Fatih, Futsu, 2 fighters that do exceptionally well against the early has been removed here, and going back into the series, JD Gaming has already expended the pick on that Goya here, so all the counters has been removed from the pool.
Okay, but he helping to pick up the Ma Chao for the side of JDG, I think this is a great option, right? Because it's going to be a very messy style of fight from side of JDG. They get to choose when it's the appropriate moment they actually want to group up. And they don't even have to, by the way. It's just, can we reach down on this Arlie with the Ma Chao alone? But I like this response by KSG.
I'm telling you, KSG, they are really saving the priority coming in from the jungle assassin Faye here on towards Point here. We were talking about this at the start of the series here. When will we see the Faye being picked up by Point? And then coming to game 5, series Point. This is where he whips it out.
Okay, I'm very curious to see how does KSG play this, because I can see the strength on the side of KSG Gaming, right? You see that they have the knockup from the Byron, they have the knockup from the side of the Ziyang Sulia as well, and then you can kind of finish everyone off with the Jade Mark, right? Hardened Jade Steel, sorry. But on JDG, you will never get them together.
I'm a bit worried for the side of JD Gaming here because their draft seems to be not so consistent in taking down tanks like the Byron and tanks like the Sulia here. And then you're picking Long into an early matchup here, not the easiest of tasks for Yi in that farm lane.
This one. Everyone on the side of KSG, they are showing you the signboard saying 不许颠, which means no ultimate battle. They do not want it. But JDG fans, you know what they want. They want to come back and come back swinging, because in order to win the series, they now have to win 3 games in a row.
3 games in a row, we have seen the miracle happen before during KWC 2025, where AG was down 1-3 against TTG and they make a 4-3 comeback here. Will that be the case of KSG in JD Gaming's favor? We don't know, but the best way to find out is whether JD Gaming can find a win in this game number 5.
Yeah, this initial rotations will definitely be very important for the side of JDG, right? I would really just not put as much pressure on the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, because right now it's a very comfortable place. They have some room to breathe, right? Even if they drop this, there is one more game that they have to play before it reaches 3-3.
3-3 will be a long way here, but let's put our focus in this game number 5 here. On towards the left side here, you have the Arlie as your main carry, plus a jungle assassin pickup by KSG point here, Fade. This is the first Fade that we've seen so far in the knockout stage here. I am eager to see how he performs on this pick.
And I think this is really dependent on the first blood. If you give the first blood to KSG and you give it to Point, I think the game is just over at that point.
Yep, yeah, I see you point at that point here. But this is the draft coming in from KSG and JDG here, both in game number 5 here, as they are getting geared up as we are moments away as we head into the Gorge for this game 5.
Yeah, potential series point for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. Now on the other end, JDG looking for an opening back into the world of HOK and the winner bracket setup. So let's hear the fans as they cheer on for the teams.
And welcome back to game number 5 between KSG and also JDG, with KSG leading the series 3-1. As we see at the start of the game here, priority from both sides is to play towards their carry here. In the early game, JD Gaming will want to focus on Wrong to be able to bring him towards that side lane approach.
At the same time, it's also about taking care of Whisper, right? We were talking about this off cam. Whisper needs to be the carry for the side of JDG. If he does not find success in this game, it's very hard for JDG to play.
But he's against an Arlie here. Arlie is known to be one of the counters here. Once Arlie gets that red buff, Arlie can really kite down a Machao with easy succession.
I mean, my intention, I guess, for Whisper is go look at the other members, right? Make sure that Liu Lang wastes his ultimate. Make sure that, you know, Ziyang uses his ultimate wrongly as well. Maybe even get the kill onto the side of Point. Meanwhile, hope that the rest of the team is able to deal with the Arlie.
Well, that seems to be the case, right? And if, let's say, we do let Yi on that long scale into the late game, that could be a big deal for the side of KSG as well, because they cannot really handle big bursts here.
Oh yeah, big burst is definitely a constant issue here, but you can see straight away hitting level 4 already Wrong, showing us the value of his ultimate here. And we are only 2 minutes into the game, but it's looking like a fantastic start for the side of Dao, as he's already level 4.
Yeah, Dao here getting a consistent farm here as we look to the top side here, a bit of poke on towards Whisper here as he is forced to use that sprint to escape towards safety.
Yeah, they did not hit the mark with the destructive deluge. Liu Lang actually had to commit the flash there as an aggressive move, still failed. So Whisper, I think he can breathe a sigh and heave a sigh of relief here, because as of now, the lead that is KUAISHOU Gaming is not that big.
It's not that big, it is just the laning lead that we talk about here. Arlie gets to share more of these resources with the side of KSG, allowing her to be more mobile and more consistent in this gold attempt here. For Yi, laning phase is really expected here because Arlie into Long is not that easy for the Long.
It's definitely not, right? This positional gameplay that comes between the farm laner matchup is going to be so difficult to play. Yi as well as Dao, and also because the fact that, hey, Dao does have the Maple Dance. That is the second skill. You actually get rid of any range projectiles.
Any range projectiles here. So interestingly, in this game, we'll have to see how well Whisper really scales towards that mid game here, because if Whisper fails to scale, I think that will be a big carry point being removed from the side of JD Gaming's pool here. As you see, more of this focus here is to get this priority, teleport the team away, but engage does come true.
They want to get the setup on the fight. What is Jingyu doing? He's in the middle of 3 here. Where is the save? The Da Xiao is not near. If they kill him now, it's going to be horrendous. And they get it. No. Yes, they do. 1 kill. First blood goes into the hands of KUAISHOU Gaming. They do get the trade in the form of Radish, but I think they are well deserving of this. They don't mind because Point is alive. Point has the EXP, and now he has the rotational advantage as well.
That was a beautiful play here coming in for side of KSG. Although I do think that Liu Lang could have blocked some of these Garuda blades here coming in from wrong. But it's okay, they still do get the kill on towards their jungle counterpart. That is what's the most important part in this exchange.
Okay, so 4-minute mark, we'll see what is the result of this. So both teams have made a kill trade. It's 1-1 in terms of skill score, right? But first blood, of course, goes in the hands of KUAISHOU Gaming. Right now, JDG, they get quickly started onto this 4-minute Tyrant. And it looks like they might not be there in time to contest. JDG actually steals this away, sneaks it away. So it's a great start, 84 seconds of the Tyrant buff.
84 seconds on towards the Tyrant buff here, allowing JD Gaming to further fight in these team fights here. So in this early game here, it's still looking 50-50 here. I am waiting to see how JD Gaming plays around Whisper and Wrong in these exchanges here. As we see, Wrong already completing that Venomous stuff in his item build here.
Yeah, we haven't seen the true value of Whisper just yet, right? Whisper needs some time to get online, and for now, it is still okay. He has not taken a fall just yet. In fact, has a single assist on hand, so that's going to be good for him gold-wise.
Yeah, goal-wise, it is insanely good for the side of KSG here. And looking to the mid lane, though, as Point here getting chunked out so hard on that Fade.
I mean, that's the risk of picking up a Fade, right? A Fade is pretty strong in aggression, but he's also very squishy. So actually, if JDG get a nice setup, this could spell the end for the side of Point. But Point with the backup as well, unconquerable army, then push him back! Oh no, the Hardened Jade Mark kills off the jungler in the form of JDG Jinyu, and with that, JDG have to back off. The aggression will be staved. And KUAISHOU Gaming, they build upon the lead. It's not the biggest, it's just 500 gold, but ahead they are.
You do not want to be giving gold to the side of Point in these jungle assassin matchup. That's where he excels the most in this game here. And I gotta say, Ziyang on that Sulian, that engage was so clean.
Yeah, the combination follow-up, right? So number 1 with the ultimate and number 2 with the pushback, oh, that was so clean because there was no way to escape. And even with the Da Xiao available, No Fear was unable to find the Sea of Fate in time. And here we go, Wrong unleashes the Rain of Pain here, looking to chunk down the members on the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. But here is the damage coming in, just a little bit of poke from the side of Point. And once again, they stave off this aggression that is JDG.
Ooh, KSG here, so aggressive in those exchanges. You can see the confidence oozing out of Point here. He is finding all these aggressive pokes, and he's not going for the semi-tank build. He's going for the flat, full assassin build on that Fade.
Yeah, I mean, okay, there is a little bit of tankiness in the form of the Active Torment, right? But the real challenge here is the fact that Yi has not found any kills, nor any assists at all. He does have his first core item, that the Eternity Blade, so that's good news for him.
Yeah, that's good news for him. And talking about good news, Wrong did put a lot of these pokes towards the mid lane on towards Liu Lang, forcing him to take a recall here. So that is about 10 seconds without Liu Lang on towards the map, allowing JD Gaming to further excel in these exchanges.
Yeah, but they're funneling farm into Point. I think that's a very dangerous situation because Point is at level 11. This level differential is going to be the main difference maker here. Now, Ocean of Tears, along with the Flowing Side, going to set up a couple of freezing states on the side of JDG.
So much damage coming in from Wrong on that Garuda here. And then you look towards the bottom side here. Both teams, they want to be playing more on towards their buff timers here. This mid game will be slightly quiet until that 10th minute mark here, because invades are starting to lower down the priority because you're looking at resources sharing.
Yes, and you definitely want to get the gold, right? Because right now, KSG, they already have a gold lead. It's not the biggest in terms of like individual lane to lane. But Dao having a lead over Yi, that's a big important marker right now. Dao looking for one of the kills onto Whisper here on the top side. Can they get the catch? Can they finish the job? They will! It is going to be Dao. He gets his first kill of the game. And now it's going to be 3-1 with the movements of the side of KSG just pushing the members of JDG away once again.
Good rotation thus far coming in from Dao. The combination from Radish Flash stunning the moment you see the Maple Dance connection. And then we see that Whisper, he has no flash on the Machar. You go sprint, and then you cannot escape once you are knocked up.
And look at what Dao did. He just took the Crimson Golem away from the side of JDG again. And this is the timing 8.5. It's not the Shadow variant just yet. But KUAISHOU Gaming, they have everything working in their favor right now.
And it is 8:30 seconds on the dot here with the next Tyrant before the Shadow variant spawn. This is looking in favor of the side of JDG with the ultimate off the Fade here. It is no longer 100% steal here, but they do still take it away.
Alright, Hard and Jade Mark will secure that along with the smite, no problem. And Point now looking for an opening. They get the Sea of Fate down. Oh, hang on, he's a little bit far away from the portal. The save might not be there. It's not gonna be enough. They actually get down Thingy. A huge mistake by the jungle on the side of JDG. And now KUAISHOU Gaming, they see an opening. What are they gonna do with it? They're gonna just stave off the aggression, move back a little bit. In the meantime, Yi's trying to sneak away that Crimson Golem away from the side of KSG. This is the consolation prize if they do get it. But the backup is coming. And with the blocks itself, they have stolen it. Can they make it out? That's the big question here. Infinite Vatus is going to be used as well. Now, with that, JDG escaped. So a nice sneaky play. And KUAISHOU Gaming, they have their lead a little bit stifled.
But that is a devastating mistake here coming in for side Jinyu here. He walked away from that Dajiao portal here, and then if the circle doesn't complete under your feet and it becomes a crystal, you need channel time to escape here, and then during the channel time, if you get CC'd, you cannot teleport home, and that is how he faltered to the hands of KSG. And right now, before the 10th minute mark, already almost a 3,000 goal lead in favor of KSG squad.
Yeah, I mean, the nerves are starting to show, right? You can definitely tell that they are stressed. And to make matters worse, Point has just stolen away the Crimson buff. Now we are at the 10-minute mark. This is a valuable damage for the side of Point. Even if it's not in the hands of Dao, he has AoE damage on his ultimate for Point. So he's gonna find value with the Crimson Golem. When they have found the first value, can they get the final strike onto him? Not able to find it onto Nofia. He will walk away with a sliver of health. But then this opens it up that he will be able to put KUAISHOU Gaming in a perfect stance to be able to take this 10-minute Tyrant. Now with
that is so much burst damage.
Yep, Whisper on the sidelines as well. They do get the secure onto the 10-minute Tyrant. And with that, they will make a beeline, escape from the action, and look for an opening.
Engage towards mid here though, but these are two beefy boys that you do not want to be dealing with here, as the rotation coming in from JD Gaming puts them into the Shadow Vanguard pit here. Coming into the rotation here, I do think that the side of KSG does not want to contest this with the position coming from early.
Yeah, they don't really have to, but then they have quite a lot of time to play with. Here comes the entry by Point as well. Whisper working onto that Shadow Overlord. Not going to be working out. They have found a kill. It is going to be the end of the life for Nofia, but the real target here is Whisper. Maybe E as well. E, why does he show himself here? He needs to back off. One more hit is going to finish the job here. And with that pacing, the foot sees, he gets the kill. He makes the trade. It doesn't matter for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. They have gotten almost everyone. Only Wrong is left, and JDG, this one hurts.
The signature coming in for the side of Point here. This is his game-winning performance on this Fade here. He found quick 3 successive kills here, and then he did not respond with Infinite Vasus, deeming him dead in that exchange.
And once again, it is really due to the smallest of decisions. One minor decision changed the plane of that fight. And why? Why did Yi go in?
Because he wanted to save Whisper on the Machar here, because he thought that if he came out with the play, he could still bail out the Infinite Vasus here, but he did not react on time with that play here. That cost him heavy in that exchange.
Yeah, I mean, the Hard and J Mark is a really short cooldown ultimate on the side of the Fade. So that was a huge risk that Yi was taking. The longer you delay the fight, the longer you delay the save, the higher chance that you lose the fight. And Yi fell victim to that particular instance in terms of timing.
And 5,000 gold lead is the victim for the side of JD Gaming here. They are starting to lose control of this series point right now. If they lose this game, they go to the lower bracket to face Wolf Esports.
Well, it's not the end of the road yet. It's over when it's over. 5,000 of gold difference sets these two teams apart. KUAISHOU Gaming looking for an opening on the T3. Not going to be available right now because they have managed to get the wave clear. Actually, that's one of the big strengths on the side of JDG. They have decent wave clear.
They have indeed decent wave clear, but that is before the Shadow Vanguard marches towards that bottom side here. So, timers are ticking, JD Gaming. You better be finding a potential engager, because right now, Jinyu is no longer sufficiently tanky to really tank Dao or even Point.
Yep, the god falls into darkness on the side for JDG. Meanwhile, Whisper being chased down by the side of Point as well. He doesn't have to kill him, he just needs to keep him away from the fight. That is the true value right here. The save comes in for the side of Jingyi, will be TP back to base with the Sea of Fate. They have managed to successfully defend against the aggression of KUAISHOU Gaming, but they did have to take a little bit of damage on that T3 at the bottom side. So JDG, while it's pain, they survive.
They still managed to live on for another few minutes in this game. This might just be their final few attempts here as the next Shadow Tyrant is about to spawn in that bottom river here. Do they contest for it? Because right now you're losing about 7,000 gold. I don't think you can take a frontal 5v5 assault.
I don't think so, and also, to make matters worse, Dao does have the Ominous Premonition. He is close to a 6th item as well, which I believe should be a Siege Breaker. Wait, he does not have the Eternity Blade. We'll see what he decides to go with, but for now, Point already working with Dao onto the Shadow Tyrant, and I think that might be the start of the end for the side of JDG.
Only time could tell, but the clock is ticking coming in for the side of JDG. The final few moments are starting to show, and KUAISHOU Gaming riding this gold lead start to look at the items here. We have almost full slotted KSG Point and almost full slotted Dao as they already completed the final few items in their kit.
Yep, Dao has the 6th item, the Eternity Blade, item of choice. He's going to be the difference maker now for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. Now with a 8,000 goal lead, JDG, how are they going to hang on?
I don't know, kid. I don't know, because all 3 waves are starting to pile in, and then you cannot have the Garuda, the Yingzheng scale all 3 lanes here, because look at the pressure coming in from Point as he's jumping in and he's jumping out.
Nice setup by the side of KUAISHOU Gaming to get Jingyi down. He's out for 40 seconds. Not enough damage as well. The world is your oyster on the side of Dao. All the free hits coming in with the lift step as well. And they managed to take down the secondary member. Wrong. The next wave clear ability on the side of JDG unavailable for 30 long seconds. Now they will start to jump in. Dao looking for an opening. But at the same time, Xiyang manages to get the T3 down on the bottom. They have not completed a Baron base. But it is going to be an empty defense right here. 3 on 4. Can they do it? No, they cannot. And with that, KUAISHOU Gaming, they complete the series 4-1.
And we welcome KSG, Suzhou KUAISHOU Gaming, into the semi-finals as they will be facing against the other semi-finals contestant, being the team we know as AG Superplay. They have a tough opponent ahead, but today their showing in this series has been phenomenal against JD Gaming.
Very impressive gameplay. I mean, this was one of the most convincing wins in a series that we have had in a while. I mean, yes, it's been 4 days, but this one was the strongest performance by one of the teams here.
But this is the discrepancy that we have, right? Because these 2 teams are from the elite group and they did not find any of the Masters group team in the playoffs here. But that was the group stage and this is the knockout stage. And we are starting to see some of these teams start to shine. When more teams are falling to the elimination bracket at the lower bracket, that's where we start bidding goodbye to some of the participants in this tournament.
But I love this gameplay from the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, right? It's not just the execution, but I really love the drafts. The fact that we kind of entertain and revisit the Fuzi farm lane meta, I really love that idea.
I think that was really great stuff coming in for side of KSG. The drafting was a different level because they were utilizing Dao's experience in towards their farm lane. He could really pick up the style of that Fuzi, and then you saw Radish and also Dao played that 2 combination to a masterclass in that game number 4. And then that final game, man, you gotta say, Point was on fire with that fade.
Oh yes, I think maybe he's the MVP for this one. I have been wrong on all the MVPs today, I believe. But yeah, I think it is going to be Point today because his fade was on point. Now with the rework, I believe you said on the Heart and Jade mark, right? So it's no longer a full guarantee onto the neutral objectives. Still, he made it seem like that did not exist.
But I think this also falls into the point whereby Jinyu and also the Daqiao Flowborn combination on towards Hands on No Fear, it wasn't really that up to the masterclass that we saw compared to what KSG showed us. You saw some form of mistakes being made multiple times whereby, okay, they were playing around the portal and then they got engaged on, or they walked over the portal, and then it really made a lot of deaths happen for no apparent reason.
Yeah, definitely not. That was not the kind of standards we were looking for, but you can't really blame them because, look, the pressure is just immense. It's game number 5, I believe. Yeah, it's game number 5. And they have only won 1 game in the series. This is series point for the side of KSG. They are in a much more comfortable position. This is the stress that a lot of people don't talk about on the professional stage, and you get to witness it firsthand. So now the silver lining is that they're not out of the competition just yet. JDG, you will get to see them again, but the next challengers are going to be Wolves Esports, another tall mountain to climb.
That is definitely a difficult matchup as well, especially for the side of both of these teams. It is the last chance for them in the grand finals of KPL 2025, whereby you lose one more and that is it for your entire journey. You will be ending at 8th or 7th, right? And then, man, and it's not going to be like, what, a week later? It's going to be tomorrow and the day after where we have our lower bracket run.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the stats of this game before we dive deeper into the competition itself. I mean, the stats on this RD, I think, is the number one thing I want to focus on, because very early on, the ominous premonition, the bottom brown color armor skin that you see under the RD, that was really early on. That's why, you know, Yi as the Lung never really truly found value, because he had to spend money on buying the Starbreaker first before completing the build. You can see that the gold differential was just too big, 2,000, that sets apart both these farm laners.
The DPS really start kicking in from both of these two mid laners. You can see Liu Lang on that Lady Zhen and also Rong on that Garuda. They were doing a lot of poke damage in these team fights, and then the collectors of those kills were really the farm lane and the jungler coming in for KSG.
For sure. And look at the gold growth, right? This was the big thing we were talking about. You do not give the lead to point, and that's what happened. The first blood that came through, I don't remember when it went into a point, but it definitely went into the hands of KUAISHOU Gaming.
Exactly the case here, and we look at the comparison of gold chart in this last game for both junglers. I gotta say, this is a bit harsh, but Point really outclassed Jinyu in that jungle department.
I think it's just a team synergy issue here, right? Because the timings were a little bit tighter on the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, right? They provided so much space for Dao, and you know when you give a guy as a player as good as Dao, there's no way he missed, right? He was hitting all the marks, only got the 1 kill, but the damage that he offered was more than sufficient. And we also have to give the silent, to me, my personal MVP in this game, KUAISHOU Gaming, Ziyang, his Surya was on point, right? The way that he pulled them out of every sea of fate. And of course, with that being said, finally, I am correct. It is Point, once again, the MVP, the true carry of this side of KUAISHOU Gaming.
Man, 3 MVPs in 1 series here, kid. It means 4 wins. He was 3 of those crazy performances as this man. Such a consistent new blood in the KPL scene here. This is his 2nd season, by the way.
Insane, right? The fact that number 1, he's new and it's only his 2nd season and this guy is playing like that, the future is really bright for Point. Now, with that being said, he dealt a total of 21.5% of the team's hero damage. He was very aggressive, making very nice outplays throughout the game as well.
Exactly. He was just finding moments after moments. He had a what, triple kill all by himself. He was just chasing after the Long on towards Yi, and then he single-handedly removed No Fear in that initial fight, and then the 1v2 against the Long and the Ma Chao really solidified his MVP spot in this game here. But let's check out a replay on what exactly happened.
So this was the initial engagement coming in here, and this one was a little bit funny because Jinyu was alone. There was the backup coming in from No Fear was just a little bit too late, and unfortunately they gave away the first blood. Okay, so it did go into the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, but it went into the form of Liu Lang, and here we go. This is the insane chase and insane pullback, right? The synergy, from Ziyang along with Point was just unmatched.
And this one is one of those plays whereby Ziyang overly eagerly pushes in. And then look at the backline here. It was Point finding the first kill on towards No Fear. And then this is the catch that you talk about, right? Look at the cooldown for Yi. He has the infinite vastness here. He was looking for the trade here, playing towards his range here, but then the ultimate came through. he didn't manage to react on time, making it a 1-for-3 exchange solo by point in that exchange.
That was so sick. I mean, the fact that he even had the idea that this was even possible, that's what really makes me feel so crazy. And you can see what it means to the side of KSG management team here. The way they won is convincing. And with the performance of a lifetime in this game number 5 to take the entire series. Beautiful from the side of KUAISHOU Gaming.
It was beautiful indeed. And let's talk about their potential opponents coming into the later stages of the day, right? Even though they don't directly play, but man, do you think KSG can take AG?
I'll be honest, that's gonna be a tough one to kind of imagine that they will win a series against AG. I believe they can take some games maybe, right? Once again, it's all about learning and learning. Let's see how fast you can learn, because that's what makes AG, right? Not only are they very good at learning, they're also very good at learning on the spot. Those changes that they make mid-game or even during the next fight is just insane.
I have to agree with you. That is what makes them so good. But let's hear a bit of an interview coming in from JD Gaming before we go into it.
欢迎到采访期，大家好，我是天云。我们采访到是来自北京 JDG 的青荣，来青荣和大家打个招呼。
好，大家好，我是北京 JDG 青荣。
今天是北京京东的第一场淘汰赛的比赛啊，尤其是在上半场的话，会觉得大家在各个层面都有一些慢热和没有适应过来吗？
今天的话，大家就没打出自己的状态，包括我也没能保持好自己的状态吧，没能打出之前在突围赛的时候就是那种状态。
对，其实我也对于你们突围赛充满韧性的比赛和风格印象非常深刻。你觉得今天对局结束之后，有找到比较明确的目标，可以把大家这种激情再次激发起来吗？
这个得回去再说。
哦，明白，回去复盘。其实能够看到今天对手啊，在我们的视角里，对于上半区的进攻和给到中轴的压力是比较大的。君内，你们有感受到这样子的一些压力吗？
感觉今天快手就是看起来布置就是之类挺多的。
因为苏州快手其实是一个以进攻非常有名的一支俱乐部，但是他们今天的 BP 感觉体系和推进拿的比较多，这点有让你们当时觉得比较意外吗？
对，就今天他们就知道他们准备比较多，就打的时候就能感觉到的。
明白。其实第2、第3局感觉在局间大家的状态有一个非常大的提升，在那个局间大家有在哪些方面进行一些优化吗？
就前2局的话就没打好吧，对。就包括第1把的话，就失误比较严重，对。
其实感觉复盘的空间和进步的空间依旧是有的，依旧还有时间可以去进行一些优化。那下一场比赛呢，就是在后天，那对抗的对手呢是重庆狼队，就是在擂台赛的交手有赢过。对于那场比赛，大家会是一个比较自信心比较充足的状态吗？
就当时大家自信心还是比较足的，对。就看我们这两调整嘛，对。
其实我觉得京东都是非常有经验的大赛型的选手，你觉得这样心态的调整对于你们应该不算特别困难吧？
对，我们会调整好的。
非常有信心，好吗？让我们再次把掌声和相信的信念给到我们的北京 JDG， 给到青荣。好，非常感谢青荣的分享，让我们把时间再还给评论席。
So thank you, Sky, for that interview session with JDG Rong, the mid laner coming in from JD Gaming. So to make it simple, first series of knockout for JDG. Is there jitters for the series? Rong did mention that, yeah, he feels so because they didn't replay well or to their fullest in today's series compared to their performance back in the group stage weekend.
Yes, and of course they were asked about whether they were surprised about the improvement on the side of KSG. And yes, they replied that, it felt like KSG was very heavily prepared for this particular composition, for this particular battle as well. And with KSG known for their very aggressive playstyle, it felt like they were hitting a completely different level today, both in strategy as well as the ban picks.
And there were also being mentions of like their expectations going into the Wolves series. Can they adapt to their loss today and then change up their mental? Because it's not in a week, it's in 2 days until they are about to face Wolves Esports here in the lower bracket. So for Rong, they say that based on their experience, they will try their best to adjust to their fullest in order to take on Wolves Esports in that lower bracket run.
very scary potential coming in. And of course, that leaves us to talk maybe a little bit of time about tomorrow's games. We're going to be having the lower brackets between LGD as well as TTG. That's going to be another best of 7 for tomorrow as we wait for the winners interview. I'm so curious who they're going to be interviewing on the side of KSG because I'm curious, what was the thought process they had coming in?
It gotta be Point, right? Because he was like, what, 3 MVPs out of those 4 wins that they got, and then he was having like a phenomenal like mechanics and display of his skills, right? He could play the tanks and he could play the assassins as well. So you can see Point in this today's series, he was just showing off his talent in the Gorge.
Very well-rounded player, and I think so far, at least in this particular series itself, I think they have shown a lot of composure. They're very calm and they know exactly what to do during the chaos, because I think it's quite rare to see a 4-1 series at this stage of the game, right? We're in the upper brackets as well, regardless of what the placement of the teams were. And if he was really much more prepared. But let's prepare for the winners segment of the interview.
欢迎回来，大家好，我是天云。那我们采访到的是句号和妖刀，来，两位和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是速度快有句号。
Hello， 大家好，我是速度快有妖刀。
恭喜两位啊！这场比赛赢下来，年总6强了啊！我也知道这是句号职业生涯的第1次年总的淘汰赛。整体来到这个场馆，见到这么多观众是什么感觉？
场馆很大吧，然后很热情，很开心。
你会有一些紧张吗？在这样子的
赛前会有一点紧张。
哎，是谁安抚了你？
自己调整。自己调整啊！对于妖刀就不一样了，对吧？你这个太多大场面你都见识过了，这其实是一场关乎100万奖金的 BO7， 赢了多100万。在赛前你是个怎样的状态啊？
主要是在这个场馆有遗憾吧，希望今年能把遗憾拿回圆满一点。
当然，你的发型今天引起了我们非常多人的热议，朵拉头的回归是你特殊的设计吗？
跟理发师说的就是不要遮眼睛就行了。对，
确实没遮眼睛。
但是的话，剪完之后发现这号练废了。
但是我觉得看上去非常暖和啊，挺适合。
很可爱，
很可爱，我也觉得。句号今天的表现非常好啊，刚才的飞扛住压力，拿到了1打3的3杀，那一波可以跟我们聊一下你的判断和你的视角发生了什么吗？
那一波当时觉得对面射手是一个残血的状态吧，然后马上在我脸上装，我就打他了。
你就打他，激起了斗志。其实妖刀你见过非常多的打野，对吧？6年职业生涯，你觉得句号他有什么特别之处吗？
我见过很多天才，但是他们都称句号为
为什么神秘的 XX 是吗？
天才
中的天才。而且我们今天看到第1局啊，我们也看到了朵利亚对抗到鲁班父子这样子的一个对阵，你使用的是红刀杨戬，这是你们认为好打的一些思路吗？
因为当时我们没有觉得他们会拿大师7号，然后对，夺点打到这种得出红刀。
得出红刀，不点伤害。今天你的一局开局非常有意思，妖刀啊，直接跑到对抗路去了，这是什么想法？
开局的话在聊布局，然后发现走错了，
我一点都不相信。
走到对抗路了，对。
我真不信。
然后我们又是大乔，就让他大乔子阳多吃点。
是这样吗？
让他早点4级。
你感觉会说点实话，他真的走错了吗？
确实是实话，是这样的
啊，绝对是被带坏了。
突然懵了，知道吧？走到对抗路，走错了。
但那个开局真的很有意思，而且也收获了非常大的一些优势。今天聊一下子阳啊，其实我们都觉得子阳很喜欢开团等等的，但今天上半场呢，大乔也好，朵利亚也好，是根据对手有一些战术上面的布置吗？今天？
主要这些都是子阳比较拿手的英雄吧，进可攻，退可守，对。
今天看到你的刀夫子在出现的时候，感觉你全程都在盯着金鱼啊，这是你们的战术目的吗？
他进我退，我进他退吧，就是他刚好的话就只有一个前排，就比较好绑。
对，其实看到你的老夫子呢，我们所有人都表示非常的感慨，因为其实现在发育的老夫子真的不多了。你会觉得在赛场上，除了老将的经验，这种非常深厚的英雄池也是你们的优势之一吗？
就是可以在没有英雄选的时候多个英雄吧。
这6年你有没有觉得自己在队内需要做的事情和你的心态是不一样的？
怎么说呢？
可以好好想想，因为我觉得我们所有人都觉得新人有很多人指引，但是老将在成长的过程当中，你会有你自己的困惑吗？
以前觉得，可能觉得新人的话可能操作更犀利点，但是我觉得现在就是新人要 C， 老将也得 C。
也得
就是一个队伍，
给自己的要求非常高。句号，其实从去年的挑杯到春天，我们见证你非常多的成长，这一路到今天的此时此刻，你整体的感受是什么呀？可以跟我们分享一下吗？
整体的感觉吗？
反正越来越适应这个赛场了吧，然后对，
感觉自己对于这个赛场越来越熟悉了，
对，越来越喜欢这个赛场了，
越来越喜欢和热爱，还有梦想。那么下场比赛呢 ？AG， 好吧，我们都非常期待你们对决。你们两个有怎样不同的期待吗？
主要是抱着学习和那个进步的方向的话，跟他们打吧。毕竟确实太强了。
句号觉得昨天有看 AG 的比赛哈
？AG 还是很强吧？昨天看他们比赛还是非常感觉很断档，然后我们学习一下。
学习一下，好，非常期待两位给我们带来的精彩对决，谢谢你们的分享，再次恭喜你们，让我们把时间交还给评论席。
All right, beautiful take on that interview. Of course, the winners themselves, KUAISHOU Gaming. And with that being said, I think we just opened with the most interesting point here for those of you that don't understand or understood that interview. The initial game number 1 where the Chano and I believe it was a Fatih? Like the
Chano Fatih, yes, game number 2.
Yeah. Chano Fatih first blood that happened on the side of KUAISHOU. That was not meant to happen because the Chano, which was played by Dao, actually went into the wrong lane. Let's make that clear.
Yeah, he did really specify that during the interview, and then Sky also mentioned towards point that this is your first Grand Finals of KPL 2025. What do you feel as of this point? Because you are in the top 6. For him, he thinks it's a good stage. He felt a bit nervous at the start of the series, but he managed to make it work. And then the funny thing that he really talked about was like the Dora hair on towards Dao's head. And Dao really mentioned that he specifically asked for the barber to bring this back for the series.
Yeah, I mean the main line is don't cover my eyes, right? And so the barber did his job. His eyes are not covered, but it did end up in this particular hairstyle, and that was a running joke they were making, right? At the same time, they were also asking about the performance of their jungler today, and the final coin, I think we will put it as such, right? He is called the geniuses among the geniuses in KPL.
Yeah, that was a very good point, right? Especially when Sky asked Dao, whereby Dao, you had 6 years in KPL. What do you think about Point as a jungler here? So the exact wording that Dao used was that if there are a lot of prodigies in KPL, then Point is the prodigy amongst prodigies. So definitely a very high praise coming in for a veteran such as Dao in this series here for their young jungler. But Kin, that was the interview session here. Let's talk a bit more and tease the audience for tomorrow's series as we have LGD and BW Gaming against Talent Gaming in that lower bracket run.
Yes, so this one is going to be very important because we're talking this time, finally it's correct, lower bracket, right?
Yes.
So TTG against LGD and BW, whoever loses will be eliminated, they will go home. And with that being said, I think it's been great for this series today, right? It's been your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and of course, Sagi with me. Any last words from you before we end the day?
Don't forget to catch our series tomorrow between LGD and BW Gaming and Talent Gaming. The loser will go home and the victor will start to prosper in that lower bracket. Thank you so much for joining us in today's English rebroadcast of the 2025 KPL Grand Finals. We will thank you all and let's say good night to you.
You've walked through the darkest night. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of ahead, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender.